And we're live.
Okay. Workshop to order. The first item of business is the management plan review. Director of Grand Capital.
Engineer Joel will hop on here.
Here he is.
Hello.
Kevin asked to share, you'll need to give permission probably.
Yeah, let me try real quick here. All right, can you see it on your end?
I can see it on mine, Justin.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. So yeah, this is an overview of the pavement management budget options report.
You did just switch from the presentation mode if it matters.
Yeah, we're seeing your next slide.
Okay.
Looks great though. Looks great, Justin. Unless Brandon can't see him.
No, I can right now.
Maybe that's why I'm not giving him.
He was like, I think it's like F12, right? That's the.
Does
Probably
this work or
fine.
you...
I don't know, you were just on full presentation mode and then it just switched to show the next slide, so.
Okay.
Probably fine.
All right, yeah, I'll just go with that. I'm not seeing anything to switch to just a single one at the moment. Yeah, and so this report is also commonly referred to as the pavement assessment that we discussed a few weeks ago as well with the contract. So why do we have this report? It's not a set of plans or a direct paving plan per se. It's more of an asset management tool. As they mentioned in the report, there's roughly 19 million in town-owned pavement. That is just the value of the pavement itself, not anything that goes along with it, such as sidewalks, curb and gutter, storm sewer, things like that. It objectively measures the town streets and the pavement condition. And the big thing is it tells us where each maintenance dollar has the greatest return. As we kind of talked about last time, a lot of times people kind of think, why don't you start with the worst road first and go from there? And it really comes back to keeping the good roads from becoming bad roads. If you can keep the good roads in good condition, it saves a considerable amount of money. And you go from basically $5 a square yard for kind of a preventative maintenance treatment to $100 a square yard for reconstruction. So a big thing with this report is PCI, Pavement Condition Index, and it's basically just a score from 0 to 100. 100 being brand new pavement, 70 to 85 is in good condition, 50, 69 is in fair, and below 25 is typically reconstruction. So how was the PCI score developed? A big thing is it's not just someone's opinion. There is a ASTM standard for it. That outlines exactly how it shall be inspected and scored. And another thing is it ensures that as best possible that each street is evaluated the same way. I won't read the whole slide, but basically there's a program, several different programs out there that will score PCI, but Street Saver is the one that this consultant uses. And you basically input the distress type. Most times that's cracking of one variety or another. Then you enter the severity of it, and then kind of the quantity and density of that. And that is what one of the primary inputs for this PCI scoring. These are other things kind of along the same lines, but that are also recorded and go into the PCI score as well. Cracking, there's obviously the different types of cracking. Then kind of full depth failures, your potholes, rutting. That's one we don't see a ton of in Lions. I think mainly because our fine grained soils are pretty good. Raveling, we do see that some mainly on our older pavements. Utility patches, bleeding, that's kind of another one I don't see a lot of in Lions, but you will see that in more of the Denver metro area. And then edge failures, we obviously have quite a bit of those. That one can be a little bit, you got to kind of look exactly what the situation is. It can be, a drainage erosion issue that's causing the edge deterioration, or it can actually be maybe a sub-base problem as well. So all of that comes up and you get a PCI score like we talked about, which kind of tells you the condition of your pavement. The next big thing that this report provides is a treatment recommendation. Kind of a misconception sometimes as well is that a pavement score directly relates to what kind of treatment the roadway should get, but it's a lot more factors than that, and so it's kind of a large matrix of the inputs that go into providing that recommendation. Pavement type, the PCI score, what type of distress. If you're seeing, alligator cracking in a rut, that's really an obvious sign you got a sub-base problem, things like that. The severity, and then the what the roadway classification is. Another one is it does allow for kind of some uh, customize, or I don't know if customize is the right word, but our own preferences on a few different treatment rules. So we've went back and forth when this report was being originated and worked with the consultant and took their recommendations and then tweaked a few things as well on when to decide what types of treatment. And then costs are obviously a big one, and that kind of after it's looked at the type of road, the type of failures and things, then it applies cost and makes a decision as well. So this table is directly from the report. This the cool thing about the software is that it can run many different scenarios for you. So you can the consultant kind of recommended these and they seem to apply. So we used what our funding had been several years prior to the report. So that's the current funding scenario. The unconstrained needs, this is kind of if you disregard money and just say, okay, what would it take to get our pavements where we want them? That is this scenario. And then they ran a couple others of 380K per year, 580. And then this last scenario is kind of like an extra credit one if we were wanting to go a little above and beyond for our roadways and get them into the mid 80s. That is that scenario as well. So the report, the first 20 pages are a lot of background information and kind of explaining what was found and the data. And then I can't remember the next 50 plus are just a lot of computer printouts. And unless you're really wanting to get into the weeds, there it's not. Um, it can be a little tough to know what information you're gaining. So I really like this slide or this page in the report. It's page 75, and it kind of gives you a visual of the recommended treatments. And here's just a zoomed in section of it. So you can see up here, and this is in the unconstrained needs. This is kind of perfect world if money wasn't an issue scenario. Um, but it has the different types of treatments. So full depth reclamation, that's basically rebuilding your road, including the sub base beneath the pavement. Uh, the medium mill and overlay. Um, then this one is the overlay, but probably fixing a few sub base issues. Maybe this is likely where you have potholes already and you're just fixing those areas, rebuilding those. Another scenario that can come about is after you mill the top layer off, you may um, find something underneath that warrants also doing a full depth patch there as well. Your crack chip seal with crack seal, and then just chip seal. Extremely rare you'd ever just do a chip seal alone. You're probably almost always going to be doing this chip seal with a crack seal, just because the cost of a crack sealing is very low, and you'd want to get all those cracks sealed before you do a chip seal. As you can see, it has the color code, and then you can kind of look at what street and the dollar value that treatment that the program is estimating for it. And these dollar values come from recent projects. The consultant asked for our bid data for the last several years and came up with the unit cost averages, and that's how these are generated. They're pretty good. The only thing is they're pure and simply for the work itself. So um, if you're kind of doing anything supplemental, maybe fixing some curb or anything like that, that's not going to be factored in here. Another useful page if you're just wanting to look at the PCI scores themselves. You can go in all those tables and actually find the number and the section of roadway. But if you're wanting a quick visual, this is another, it's page 69 in the report. And they have, similarly, they have a legend over here, and you can kind of look and see green is good. Then, it's kind of a heat map. And as you get into the red is bad. So, um, yeah. Where we are today, they measured 11.1 centerline miles. As we talked about, approximately a $19 million value, our asset, I should say. Our current score is 69. It did go up from 64 in 2020. And unfortunately, this report was right before we did a lot of work last year. So I think we would be definitely in the 70s now with all the work that was done last year. Here's a listing of projects kind of since 2017 that have had pavement work. Some of these are flood recovery. Some of these, like the Apple Valley, were part of a different project, and like the Longs Peak utility replacement. Um, has been mentioned many times. A lot of times, sometimes a utility project or something along those lines can also be an opportunity to redo our road as well. And yeah, a lot of these have been pretty much directly uh, yearly pavement projects as well. So how we use this report, we see the inspections results that lets us know a lot about our roadways, helps us coordinate utility work. This was kind of one reason Ewald got a new water line last year, is that it was really in need of pavement work, but we noticed from the utility plan that it also needed a water line upgrade. So it's helpful to have this so that you can use it in conjunction with utility projects as well. As we talked about, it helps, select a preservation method so that you can catch it before deterioration. Budgeting purposes. Another one is it, helps all of us support transparent funding that, we're doing this street because it's been identified by experts of needing this treatment. It's not that it's, something that one person, on staff or something decided that we wanted. So, and then we can update it after construction and, as we get new versions of this report, keep it updated as well. Big note too is obviously priorities can change. This report informs, of what conditions were at the time it was presented, but things come up and, it's ultimately the board's decision on what priorities we have for that year as well. So, yeah, hopefully I didn't put anybody to sleep, but any questions?
Question from the board?
I really appreciate all the details, Justin. Yep. Super helpful.
I've got a couple of questions. Going back to the funding choices screen. Where are we? I guess this is 2024 and current funding there was, this is 250,000, basically $250,000. How much since 2024 have we been spending regular budget expenditures, not counting the streets capital fund, since 2024?
I do not have that number handy.
Right, I think that would be a director. I don't have it either.
You have this, I guess you could add up all the totals. You could add up the total amount we spent from the projects that you have later on in these slides.
Yeah.
But my question is, how much of that were we able to do because we drew down from the streets capital fund that at one time had $600,000 in it? Should be created specifically to tackle major projects, but we've drawn it down for these year-to-year projects. And so question is, are we keeping up with year to year in the regular budget with these, less deteriorated streets, or are we able to do that because we keep borrowing from the street capital fund? That's my question.
Right.
We can try to find an answer for you between now and your discussion tonight.
And then next question, I've understood since this report came through the prioritization that the consultants and the experts did on prevention rather than fixing already deteriorated streets. But something that I didn't think they answered in that report, and I've never seen an answer since then, is how do we actually, in a small town where we are constrained on a year-to-year budget, how do we ever address the badly deteriorated streets like Upper Fifth, like Second Avenue? How do you ever fix those things if you spend all of your budget money year to year fighting deterioration? Or is the unstated choice here, we just let those streets go forever?
From a non-engineering perspective, Justin, if you have others, you could speak up, but since Justin wasn't around before, I don't know that we have a whole lot. So going back from my experience, I started 16 volunteering on the UEB, and a lot of that was flood. So we did a number of roads and got them redone. They were flood projects, and that was Evans areas down there. As I started then on working for the town, we were at project backlog from before the flood, 2019 or so. We were just getting to finish flood projects and doing others. And so how did we do the first one on there, Long's Peak? We looked at what else needed to be done. As Engineer Doles mentioned, there were water and sewer concerns. So you can work with all of the different needs, and then for me, go out for different funding sources to see what can be done. So in that one, we got the DOLA grant, the Energy Mineral Impact Grant, and then we did Longs Peak, the first one on those projects. Going back with the utility board again to see what we needed to do. Coming up next, there was all the stormwater concerns from the stormwater master plan we had done. So we are looking again, the biggest project under stormwater was the culvert between Fourth and Fifth that has the most impact downtown. Takes time. So again, over a year, couple of years, it was okay. This is really complicated, the top of the line. So we moved on to second and third. The next one's down, and me as on staff going through options, bringing it back to the utilities board, what we could do. And now we are working on second and third, again, tying it into stormwater. At the time, we didn't have the pavement fund. So we've had the pavement fund for a couple of years, and we are building up. And I think combining that with grant, we are getting some of these major projects done. The next one being Fifth. Fifth has some sewer concerns. It has other, I don't know about a water line. I don't think there's anything concerned there. I haven't looked at it. But second and third, knowing those were looking okay, should redo all the videos again once we have some more video jetting done. But trying to see where can we do work that doesn't have other utility work that then gets to be a third underlying project. So I think we are working through those, trying to tie them together to do the larger projects, and we're getting there. And in the meantime, we still seem to be doing pretty good on the patching and other, I mean, to me, looking around town over the last 10 years, it seems like we've done 50-60% of the roads. Some of the big ones, yes, but Longs Peak was the first one on that list that was done. And now we're on to third and second and trying to get that funded with grants, possibly the loan. So that would be the options I would see.
Yeah, and add to that, it is actually included, but just keep in mind these guys are looking at pavement only. And so in like the unconstrained needs, that cost does include reconstructing the pavement of Second. The only problem with that is we know Second has drainage issues, and so you wouldn't want to just do a direct pavement replacement because you're going to have those edge deteriorations and everything. But that number is included in this 3.7 million. If you were just to straight up go do a pavement replacement, that number is actually included in here.
The number's there, but how you fund it is the question. I know the number's there, and it's grown as construction inflation has happened. But the answer of the prior board was, we're never gonna be able to do any of these big projects without year-to-year funding. At best, we can keep up with some of these stop further deterioration. And so the board made a choice. Let's start setting aside basically a down payment, $200,000 per year. We did that for 3 years, or boards did that for 3 years in a row. It's basically like saving up a down payment for a house. If you are saving up for a house and you decide you really need a new car, and you spend some of that money, it's gonna take you longer to ever get a house, and you'll never get there. And so the specific purpose of that $600,000 is, I think is where it maxed out, was gonna be, we're gonna set money aside each year for any project. But then that money is now being, as of this year, I think, drawn down to somewhere, where is it? Less than 200,000, I think. Down in my country.
It's above, right around above that, but I've
Yeah,
asked.
right around 200,000. And so the question then becomes, if we can't discipline ourselves to set aside and not touch a down payment set aside each year to build up the funds to do the big project, how do we ever do a big project? And I guess the answer, we'll see if we can do second and third or not. But we don't have the down payment. I think we all realize that even at 200,000 a year, it would take many years to get to 3.7 or now 4.5, whatever it's going to take to do second and third. And at some point, you would use that accumulated savings as basically a down payment against the state fund. But the less you have for down payment, the more you got to borrow, the more interest you have to pay over time. And I think that's basically where we are now. Would you agree that basically we're going to have pretty much borrow what it's going to cost to fix second and third, with the exception of the half-cent sales tax that we're setting aside. And so far, we've kept our hands off the asset sales tax money. So, that was always the question of, we realized that you ultimately save money if you, take care of the less deteriorated streets and keep them from deteriorating further. The unanswered question all along has been, do you ever get to the big projects that you can't cover in a year-to-year budget? And that's why I asked the question of, what are we budgeting year to year that we haven't been drawing down from the streets capital?
And I have asked finance director that question. She's looking it up. I do agree with everything you've said so far. I think that's the typical issue. That's a problem for small towns. And it's not just streets, it's wastewater, it's water, it's all infrastructure. And so, yes, you leverage wherever you can, grants, loans, to do those big projects that are beyond what you can afford. Or you put in, like we did, to have said sales tax increase. Some places have extra funding for water and sewer lines, but I think this is a classic problem for small towns. And as you'll see in the utility presentation, all of the communities that are higher in water sewer rates are small towns, just like us. It's just costly. It's almost impossible.
One more quick question. What weight is given is there a formula where you give weight to certain factors? And what weight is given to the traffic load status of each street, whether it's an arterial, a connector, or simply a residential street or an alley? How big a factor is that in making the annual recommendations?
I would have to look. I do know they do score arterials and collectors in that matrix differently for assumed things like loading like that. I don't have the specific of how much difference that would give, but it is factored into that street classification part of the matrix.
Other questions?
Yeah, what are the vehicles available to us for funding this? You mentioned grants, you mentioned loans, bonds, I assume.
Sure, if you wanna go for a general obligation bond of the sort. In this case, for second, we're holding out for the brick grant. And that should be next year, so, that's the big key for the second avenue, which seems to be the center of attention for this discussion. But it's a never ending cycle. You can see Justin, if you go back to the other, the
One back, yeah.
that one. No, the other useful. You'll see that anything that's green or blue, we've taken care of in recent years, which is a large portion of the community. But there is, we have our couple reds. But there's a lot of orange right behind it. So this isn't just gonna be a one-year thing.
Let's be realistic, right? The current administration of Washington has tried to kill it several times. It's alive now because of a temporary injunction court proceeding. I mean, is it realistic for us to really think we're gonna get a grant next year from the federal government?
I didn't think we were gonna get the DOLA grant. That's my only comment.
I get it, but if we're talking about the federal government, that's redlined the state of Colorado, redlined Boulder County within the state of Colorado. And I think my view of that is great to apply for it. Somehow it miraculously appears great, but that shouldn't be the key of our plan next year. So isn't our real focus now on the state loan program?
Oh, for sure. We're gonna be talking about that as well. But there's many, many things you can use that for, that are just as a higher priority probably. But in this case, if Brick can come forward for second and third, that's a big chunk of, then we can start focusing on Fifth. It's really Fifth Avenue is gonna cost even more probably.
Oh, to answer your, another option would be, it is not wanted again, but it would be an option, is development. I would have had the Boone property pay to redo all of Fifth. I would have had them put up $2 or $3 million in storm sewer funding and everything else. But again, nobody you could have put
But it
$52
is-
million houses there and got $100 million.
The mechanism, that's how other
But
communities do it.
I know, and it's my backyard, so I speak as a resident.
Yeah, it is, I mean, it's this is a huge issue, and not just for us. But,
But to your point, Ann, right, I mean, if you have a developer paying $2 or $3 million to redo Fifth Avenue. You're gonna have a multi-million-dollar homes.
That is-
It takes it out of the housing that the town needs, right?
of course, yeah, but we're just saying, how do other communities do this? That's how they do it. They also have franchises bringing in significant money in sales tax revenue. We just don't have that, just don't.
In the town I came from, we did impact fees, as you talked about with developers. Regardless of whether we're getting repaving, you're gonna want to start with an impact fee for things like increased traffic. What the life of the pavement is going to be for this.
Some communities have an assessment fee
Yeah.
for the residents that live on that street who are using it the most. That they pay extra on their.
Have we ever done that?
We have not here, but I'm familiar with it. It's very common in the Midwest. They use it a lot.
I know Boulder's trying to do that now with the neighborhood, but it was in their deeds when they annexed into, it was in their annexation agreement, when they annexed into Boulder years ago. They are having citizens revolt, obviously, in that neighborhood.
Yeah, with the situation like ours, if it's a road that ends, you can probably say those residents are causing most of the traffic on the street. Fifth Avenue, I would have a hard time knowing that it's probably Upper Steamboat out in the county that's got the big trucks and the big things coming up and down that road a lot, but they could not be assessed for you of that. That's another mechanism though people use is
Is that for grant, or what do we apply for?
Second and Third Avenue construction.
Same as the loan, basically.
Who's the law?
No, we're-
The grant is the
you've applied
same
for both.
project as the loan. If we get the grant, we can get a smaller loan.
What's the grant amount?
3.8, the same as the loan would be 3.8 million for
3.8
second and third. That's what we were looking at for the project.
Okay.
I think, is that right, Justin?
That's not true.
I do believe that is the number we applied for. I guess the big caveat is, we're just still in design for a third, so we think we've used a conservative number, but you never know until everything's design's
Yeah.
completed.
Trustee Schwartz, you have a question?
Yeah, I mean, out of the purple streets on the zoomed in version, I mean, it seems there's consensus that second and third are the priorities of the purple. General, most severe, right? And because we've already submitted grants, that priority.
Well, and they're submitted again as stormwater grants.
Sure.
And that's why Brick has the possibility is we've had a federally declared disaster due to rain inundation. So that is why it would get their attention, not because it needs pavement. It's because it needs stormwater.
I was just, can we do some scenario planning when we have our board retreat about best and worst case scenario in terms of funding? And what the plan would be in either case, if we get it or if we don't.
I don't know if you'll have enough time. You guys all had different priorities, every one of you, on what you want to get done at the retreat.
Well, or a further workshop, we need,
Sure.
I think, to be able to get on the same page and then be able to talk to the community about what we're waiting for a chance at best case scenario. With federal funds, I mean, who knows what our governor will do and our new electeds. So, I don't wanna say it's out of the question, but definitely worthy of scenario planning.
I think it's fair enough too, that that's, the second and third, it's not just stormwater, not just pavement commission, it's also, that's why I asked the question about traffic volume and use. Those are heavily used streets as opposed to some of the other purposes of lightly used streets. And I think that is a factor that citizens readily understand, and I think that enters into our analysis of priorities. But also, it's not just the brick for stormwater. The state loan also needs to be classified as stormwater for qualification for the loan, although everybody realizes stormwater and street paving need to go together. Further question, we'll render the time for Thomas.
She has your answer. Since 2024, 191,000 of pavement improvements have come from streets operating. And 329,000 has come from streets capital.
So. Looking at the funding Joyce's screen here, it was showing. Average yearly budget in 2024 at 250,000, 230,000. And if we spent 191,000 in the 2 years since then, we've actually decreased the amount we're spending out of the annual budget. Street, is that correct? We spent 329 drawdown for the extraction, so we actually have reduced our year-to-year still spending. So that is to me.
There's, the streets is broken down into a couple categories.
Right,
Yeah.
and Dave handles streets
There's
more, I was gonna
maintenance
get into it in my
and
presentation than I do, right? That's why I don't have the numbers on the, but yes, and that's, I thought what we were trying to do was, we had said crack sealing and chip sealing were operating, just maintenance, and then full depth or a mill and overlay were capital. So it had to reach the point of being at least a mill and overlay to be a capital project. And yeah, I'd like to go back and see what were those capital projects that we spent that money on, that we're calling them capital projects, just to see if it was bigger I mean, right, it's how big does it become big?
Well, in industry, we often look at capital versus preventive, how long your ROI is and how long whatever it is you bought lasts. So I can see that, but I don't know what the rules have been around special project capital funds.
Well, they've been approved each year by the board, so that's, what the staff follows.
Good. We're in time for the utility update.
I don't know if I can just share, I'll try if you're okay.
Thank you, Justin.
Yeah, thank you all.
Yeah.
So for my presentation, again, I did pull up one that we had, I did this for in 2020, and then did a few modifications. We have the utility board coming to really talk about the projects going on, and so they were gonna give an update from the utility and engineering board perspective, but that again covers most of the capital projects that are being done. We'll be going into the budgeting and the finance for next year in a couple of months, if that. So I thought a lot of the finance side of things will be going over in quite a bit of detail. So I was starting with just a general rundown of some of what the utility has. Again, some really basic things in here. I started just with a little background for me. Right, I've been the director for 6 years. I was on the utility board before that for 6 years. Executive director for a small in the utilities industry, and before that, the VP of operations. On that one, I think part of what really helped me for this in my first job in particular was that was college, and I did every position that was in that job back starting in 1990, and really learned all the different perspectives of a job, and then also put them onto computer systems just as they came along. So I think here that's really helped. As some of you have known, I've also stepped in where needed. The roles do change from time to time, right? I was doing building also, that switched back. There's been a few times I've been working in the planning side of things because we need the planning, so able to step in and do what needs to get done. From the responsibilities perspective, I just listed a number of things up there. Develop the capital, let me switch to my readers here. The 3 enterprise funds, capital improvement projects. On that, we are working from previous director. I've always been when I gotta pull up a name, Hamrick, starting to work on the asset management one. So I just heard about potential asset management software, and it was something that I said, okay, let's spend a little bit of time looking into this. It's not a direct fit. Got town engineer, town finance director involved, so we could all review that. So again, sort of the function as the director of trying to pull different departments together. And how do we interact on something? I just saw Mean, which will be mentioned in the next slide, is putting out a grant to cover $2,000 of software that improves the utility. One of those could be GIS and asset management, particularly focuses on the electric side, but it's something that could easily be reused for other utilities or capital projects. As you see me up here already, plenty with ordinances, resolutions. Again, a lot of this, especially in the beginning, was overseeing other contractors, very administrative. We have our electric operation line company, we have our water operator, our wastewater operator. So purchasing supplies and materials, as I mentioned, working with staff. Still plenty of interaction with the residents and the businesses. I think most people might hear that they have talked to me here and there over time. If something gets a little more complicated, it will come up to me and I'll try to work to resolve issues that may not get resolved just down at the utility clerk's level. So overseeing, not directly, the clerk falls under administration, but we interact. Engineering is directly under me currently. Some of the other positions though that are also tied together on utilities with our public works staff and the guys doing different items there. Streets, as I mentioned, is really handled. Dave oversees that, Director Cosgrove, from a public works perspective, really looking at his main focus as properties, right? Taking care of the town properties, the parks, including the right of ways and the streets, and working with the engineer on that aspect. But streets are really, a portion of it is stormwater. Curb and gutter are really added in there now for stormwater and how that gets done. One of the bigger changes was going from a contracted engineering firm that we originally had when I had started to hiring a town engineer. Again, we can look at some of the finance side of it during the finance, but it has been a real benefit having somebody who I can just yell out the hallway window to get an answer on, not wait 2 days to get a reply for. Someone who is involved in multiple aspects, not relaying through me onto someone in charge of streets and on through a chain of command. So then on to some of the utilities. On the electric utility, just again, a bunch of the acronyms out there. So as things come up, you can have some idea of what they mean, right? The Municipal Energy Agency of Nebraska and the Nebraska Municipal Power Pool are really sort of the same entity. NMPP was the overarching entity that has a few entities under, or a few subgroups underneath it, Mean being electric. They have a gas oriented one also, but that's who we work with. They are our wholesale electric provider. They provide further down, you have WAPA, I should have moved that up because they provide the electricity over WAPA, the Western Area Power Administration, which is a federal program. They have the utility lines. Mean owns various sources of generation of electricity. They send those sources out over WAPA's power lines. We get them out at the substation that some of you, most of you may have went out to. From the substation, that is all considered transmission until it gets to the substation, and then it's considered distribution. So we only have distribution. We don't own any transmission lines. I think the substation would still be considered a distribution side as soon as you get off of those transmission lines. CAMU, the Colorado Association for Municipal Utilities, is a pretty active organization. I have found a lot of benefit with them based on some of the legislation this year in particular. There was a lot going on. The next slide, you'll see some of the things on some new electric items that are out there, the meter collars, plug-in solar. Just getting to hear what some of the other utilities are dealing with. You get to even hear, I heard some of the rates that people were paying compared to what we pay for someone having someone on staff, compared to our contracted utilities. It is, again, municipal utilities in the area, Aspen, Gunnison, Glenwood Springs. Many of them do get their power also from Mean, so we can compare on that aspect, but there is also those utilities that are part of the Arkansas Public Power Association. And so you get a little different perspective there. Some of them work with Tri-State. So again, trying to get a larger picture understanding as we do, come across what's gonna be bigger. We're seeing it. I don't think we've barely touched the surface, but electrification and what is truly going to happen will be coming in, I don't know how soon, 5, 10 years. I know there was someone in here a couple of years ago saying our substation needed to be doubled within a couple of years. I don't think we're there yet, but we need to keep on top of those things and see where it goes.
Can I mention one thing? Just when he mentioned all these other communities that have municipal utilities, we're not all on the same contract with me. We're scheduled M, some of them are scheduled Ks, they all have different schedules. So similar to how there's no two cities and towns alike. When you talk to these other communities or interact, just know they might be in a different schedule with me than we are, in a different agreement. Just so it's not always apples to apples.
One of the biggest newer organizations we're now a part of is the Southwest Power Pool. And that is, actually, I'm thinking if I didn't put that in right. SP, is that what it is?
Yeah, it's
So-
SPP, Southwest Power Pool.
Okay, for some reason it started to seem like it wasn't, but
Yeah.
this just happened April 1st. Meaning became a part of the Southwest Power Pool, which is a giant regional organization. So electric, you have the whole nation, right? Even then some into Canada and Mexico. There's a really big difference between the East and the West. One of the big benefits from Mean, may get a little in the weeds, was what's called the DC ties, right down somewhat the Nebraska, Wyoming border, Colorado, Kansas. All AC power has to switch to DC power to cross over to the west and switch back to AC power again. And there's a way to arbitrage across that. That was a big benefit, I think, back in the 80s, and one of the reasons Lions went to me. There's still some benefits there, not quite as big, but now the Southwest Power Pool just crossed to the west from being mostly Midwest based. So we are now working under a regional, we were already under this small regional Mean and everyone they had in transmission facilities in Nebraska, Wyoming. Now we're up North Dakota, South Dakota. I think it's all the way over there, Kansas, Wyoming. So we'll see how much more this grows and you have more options. It's supposed to really help decrease the costs. We'll wait and see where that goes. The last item on here, Enline Electric, is our contracted electric company that we work with out of Longmont. I don't know if officially though, it's a Berthoud address or a Erie address. But they're the line contractor we call when they're right now, when there's a power outage, some other issues, and they come in. Sometimes I think about the idea of going to be a journeyman, but then when they're working all night long, so I was like, that's okay. I'll stay where I'm at. On the electric rates, just to add in sort of a quick comparison, the rate sheet there, that we are somewhat in the middle by volume. There may be more municipalities that answer that are slightly lower than us. Once you get to the co-ops, we're doing better than most of them and better than most of the investor owned. Adding in some of the bigger upcoming items where, these are some high level things just to think about that I think about. Poudre Valley and Longmont both have electric lines coming through town. Poudre Valley does serve the high school. That's a separate contract that was done in the 1970s. And then a group of properties right at Stone Canyon. Again, it's been talked about whether or not it's worth trying to take over that service or work with them. They are a cooperative electric utility. State statute is out there to say how you do that. So that's pretty much spelled out. unless they're willing to negotiate on what that would be. And they just recently came in and were tree trimming in the area, and the person there was saying how he hated this little end of the line area. So again, something could work at it. Just to throw it out there, my thoughts on that are, we could get undergrounding of those electric lines. It's not ours right now, but if we undergrounded that, we would potentially take on, I think it was 13 new services. So while small, there would be some return on investment for the undergrounding. Right now, undergrounding our lines is potentially our responsibility for no return. The utilities are all there. So I did ask Mean to look back into that a little more to try to give me a number of what it would cost to put in the utilities. We have underground utilities right to that corner. Somewhat of a possibility. Longmont runs along with our utility lines, right along the new trail we had, all the way up to Black Bear Hole. They do cut across the highway also at Stone Canyon and go up Stone Canyon, across just north of the cemetery, across Fifth Avenue, across that Boone parcel and down to Apple Valley that way. So again, another one to look at for some of the service. They only have, I believe it's 3, maybe 4 services that are theirs right along Highway 66, just east of McConnell. There are a few services there that could be talked about, but then we also have the newly annexed territories, and something to think about. The one now out on the west side, the Planet Bluegrass annexation coming in is on Longmont Power. There are a few others right in that area on Longmont Power. Is it something to look at, saying, hey, should we be talking to Longmont about doing this? It was previously talked about with the last board at a high level. It was left that, to some extent, let them choose which one is cheaper. That won't work for Longmont, and I would say it won't really work for us, because you don't want this one, this one, this, back to the other, back to the other. It just really won't fit from a utility perspective, but also the fire department would really get confused. They already call me and say, whose power is this out here? Longmont also has
The big hurdle we looked at in the prior board and the UEP looked at as well, and that has always been, if you apply that standard formula to what you have to pay to acquire somebody else's territory, it includes a big number for their lost revenues, and unless they're willing to negotiate that significantly down, it just didn't look like it paid. It has that kind of around.
Yeah.
Longmont's indicated maybe a little more flexibility because it's not really cost productive for them to serve those 3 or 4 isolated things. But our board looked at, and the reason we said don't see why we should pursue this, it was just the upfront cost of acquiring that territory. The payback was way too long if you use that standard formula.
yes.
And to the customer, the Longmont power is cheaper.
Like, true.
So not all customers, I think it varies. They have a lot of different rate differential. Again, it is a high level one to really still keep in mind and look at. No answers coming right away. But Longmont also potentially looking at backup power. It's been talked about before, back and forth. I'll keep working on that. Longmont just came back. They, I don't know why, they had some new rate analyst in there who has looked at their rates and said, even the town of Lyons, though the only ones using some of these transformers in certain areas, we've been billing you for possible backup power at the full transformer as a standby. And so we should only be billing you on the amount you might use of that transformer, 25% or 50%. So in talking back and forth on things and pushing the Longmont back up, just the discussions that I've been having are $50-some thousand in a refund back from Longmont. So again, an unexpected benefit of the discussions on backup power, something that came out of it. So you don't know where benefits and definitely harms. I'm a big believer of unintended consequences, and you never know for sure. Do the best you can. the new legislation I mentioned that just happened, meter collars and plug-in solar, you'll be getting that before the end of the year to change some of the electric code. Maybe it will just be administrative and we just present to you how we're gonna handle that administratively. Attorney Dittman's been working on that. He is also the attorney for CAMU that I mentioned, so it's a benefit to push CAMU to take on some things I have concerns with, and Attorney Dittman can bill CAMU for that. And we can get, again, the benefit. Production meters, a really new recent one just that's coming up and may come in are the fact that you can now do battery storage.
They may not know what a production
Oh,
meter is.
sorry, that's true too.
Yeah.
If you have solar right now or any type of production, if someone had wind or something else that they could produce electricity and put it back on the grid, we monitor how much they produce. There's already a billing meter that tells us how much comes into the grid, but we need a production meter because Mean has a formula that they bill based on how much is produced, and it affects the demand. I could spend 10 or 15 minutes just on that. The big concern now is that it used to be to go to the storage and the battery, you had to convert to AC. So it was no big deal to put a meter in after the solar comes down, goes to the meter because, well, sorry, production comes down, it converts it to AC power, and then there's a meter and then it goes to storage. Well, now the storage units, mostly batteries, have the ability to just take the DC direct from the battery. That means it goes solar to battery and it could come back out through the production meter that sits over here. But we really look at how much comes out at the peak time. For us, 8 or 9 o'clock at night, there's very little solar production at 8 or 9, none in the winter. But if it goes into a battery and the battery shoots everything back out at 8 or 9 at night, we now have a concern of how much that's gonna cost us because of the way Mean bills. A high level, something to take on during time. We got 6:30. Oh yeah, we got plenty of time. I guess back
Yeah, questions. Let's start with electric.
on the, well, so before on the electric, I was gonna add in some of my own, a few things, right? We have about 1,200 electric meters out there. 1,000 to 1,100 are residential. And then there are some slightly commercial and non-residential governments, whatever you wanna call non-tax based entities. I actually don't know how many, that's a good thing. I'm just thinking of how many transformers do we have? We have about 40 of these big, longer rectangular cabinets that deal with sectionalizing off our distribution power. They don't have any kind of a transformer to them. But they're what you see, 28 of them coming from the substation. I had pointed them out and mentioned, and then there are areas in town where they go to Stone Canyon, Lions Valley Park, Eagle Canyon, anywhere that's undergrounded. Those and the big pad mount transformers are the type of infrastructure we would need to buy if we underground electric lines. Then we have a number of transformers up on poles. We do have a medium, so good GIS. I'd like to work and get that better, which was part of with the GIS asset software. Gotta be more than 100. But that's the main distribution side of things, right? It's transformers and wires. And then we have all our meters that sort of differentiate at the meter. It becomes the internal person's electricity. Questions on electric?
One question. So the line that runs down the southwest ditch. Is there at least one pad dredge?
Not transformer, sectionalizing cabinet.
That's too long for me to say.
Yeah, just say cabinet.
Yeah. Where's, is that service up,
Not ours, it's Hooter Valley REA.
is that the hills?
Yeah, handles Lions Valley Estates.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and one other question. The sectionalized cabinet, there's one down behind, just off of Lions River Park ponds. It's been there since the flood. I always assumed that it was non-operative. It's just kind of sitting there.
No, it's Longmont. Longmont has it. It goes under the creek and over to our lift station at McConnell.
Okay, great.
I didn't know where it went, and then I realized as I was trying to say, wait, where does this go? And
Right.
Figured out, oh, when I found out it was Longmont's. I thought it was an old one of ours at first.
Yeah.
And then they put the electric on the bridge, but that's Longmont.
Okay, thanks.
That's very labeled.
That one I think says Longmont. Poudre Valleys do say Poudre Valley, and ours should all have Town of Electric
They
stickers.
just don't look alike at a glance.
I had them go through and put the stickers on it. The stickers, a couple years ago, I had that as a project to get them all documented.
They all need to be done.
It's I appreciate the chart on comparing the electric rates. It's interesting to see that our rates are now below Excel. UEB around 10, 12 years ago, Jim was there, so we took a look at, is there any possibility of lines, transferring its municipal owned electric system to Excel? Would that be profitable for the town, and would it save our consumers money going forward? Apparently rate wise, it wouldn't. And the big hurdle of that being exit costs for getting out mean, but it looks like, at least in terms of rates, we're actually better off having stayed municipally owned than if we had gone to Excel to use it. So, is that a fair statement?
I haven't looked to see, yes, I think so, but again, I haven't really looked into Excel's rates.
Yeah.
Where exactly that average comes from. Go ahead and turn and get there.
Your rates are Lions' rates are lower, and they're about to be a lot lower once the latest electric rate case goes into effect.
Yeah, Excel has a couple of really big rate cases pending now, is correct?
Yeah, there's a general rate increase, and there's about $10 billion in investments that which haven't hit rate base yet. So that's coming the next couple of years.
One aspect that we looked at in the last board, wasn't pretty high level. We were looking at specifically some of the properties in the Eastern Corridor that are on Longmont, like the Amberell property, area, that specifically. I think there was an analysis done then of what excess capacity we had in our system, both in terms of transmission from the substation out there and the substation itself, that if we took on a significant amount of new customer base from Poudre Valley or Longmont or wherever, how much would we have to upgrade our transmission line and our substation?
We were at, I think that, so 2.5, again, I don't try not to even remember numbers anymore because so many go by, but 2.5 megawatts where we're at. We wanted to make sure the capacity there was at 3 for some of the stuff with Longmont in my discussions with them, and that theirs was capable of 3 if they were gonna do that. And then the substation was 4 or 4.5, and the distribution lines are probably, yes, what need to be upgraded even before our very large transformer that's out at the substation. So 2.5 to 40% increase. Looking at it, it wasn't a concern of taking on those territories at the time, at least the Longmont ones, and any potential build out, with the understanding that there was not a big desire for annexation. There's not a big expectation of a lot more growth. We do have to still try to determine, I don't know how many 100 amp panels there are in town and how many people then are upgrading to a 200 amp panel, but it is 2 or 3 to 5 a year probably will be the average now. So that will have some increase also.
So there's capacity to handle these miscellaneous properties.
Yes. But yeah, at some point we do have to start looking at.
How many of them,
planning.
question, I mean,
It's really more their usage, depending on, if it's a data center, no.
yeah,
If it's just residential, that isn't an issue.
the areas we're talking about, when we're talking about commercial. So it's,
They'd have to come with a development plan though, and that's part of,
And then.
again, that's part of what I'm waiting for 402 Main to really get done as their electric needs.
Yeah, they gotta set that, right, as they're planning to get a will serve letter and.
They had one, but they wanted to modify what they're doing, so
I mean,
we'll see if they modify or not.
They're less than,
that's a standard.
Yeah.
You have to have if you're coming into our service territory. You have to show we can serve you or you upgrade.
I have some questions.
good.
So I'm curious, how, so it's long non-pet services, those that aren't incorporated within our annex.
East of town,
East
yes.
Michigan.
Yeah,
So that's one might not excel.
That's a long amount.
And then, for undergrounding things, are there like, grants out there as we look at all this wildfire mitigation stuff, like is that?
And we have some applications that we have submitted in the past. And then I think we brought one, I can't remember if it's this group or the last group. It was from the area you were talking about, that's above ground from the junction to, where's it go?
I can go through, right, if you want.
Yeah, go ahead.
That, so we did apply for the first grant to do from 3666 to Black Bear Hole. We applied more through the Colorado Energy Office for a grant. Looking at that to be 2.5 million to do that. And that section is a bit easier because we have no services on that. Once you start getting into the services, it becomes a whole nother discussion and project. Then that got denied because we don't have enough power outages and other aspects. So I was like, we do have to look at wildfire mitigation, which doesn't depend on how good your electricity is. So we have in a brick. I thought we're working on it. I'll need to check back with Tracy on the grant side, where the submitting for another brick grant for electric undergrounding, because that will do hazard mitigation.
So we're just looking at like lines that aren't connected to services for that, because then the services, like, what's your capacity to handle
That's
maintenance after that stuff's undergrounded?
It's much.
Yeah, in general, it is less. I'd say the volume is less. When there is an issue, it can become a bigger issue. In that they come out, and when we had to find an underground broken line between the substation and here. But I think overall with one big one versus 20 small. All the statistics show it to be cheaper maintenance wise. The services in general are the property owners, it's your private service, so town funding. In general, doesn't go to that, we'd have to work out how we cover that, how you make that work as an overall larger project. Then we recently just undergrounded along Broadway. And then the property owners decided they weren't gonna do their services, so we still have lines up
So then we have.
there, and all the conduits in for them, we've paid for at least half of even that part. So that's why we focus on some areas where we can either get the homeowners want to do it. That was part of what was on Ewald. At first, all three, it's only 3 on that block, and then it dropped down to 2, and now we have 1 left who didn't want to. I have another area that I think is a good candidate this year. I'll be coming back for. It's a small section, but it has 4 properties. They're all underground already. So it's just doing our line, which goes up the side of a hill, which is a concerning area.
So that'd be more like looking at an incentive program, almost like the Colorado Wildfire Partner.
We need to figure out a mechanism to help homeowners or to pay for undergrounding their service. Because like in 2 cases, you've had one person hold that up for the good of the many in wildfire risk. But should taxpayers have to pay for if we do, then they're gonna all say, well, we'll wait for you to pay for it. But there's no mechanism that I know of yet, or I haven't been able to find that covers service lines being undergrounded for individual homeowners.
And then my last thought or question is, how do residents who have solar, how does that offload any of the demand?
Percentage wise?
Yeah.
Of our system?
Yeah,
How does it?
or like how
much
much
of it?
does it reduce pressure on
On
our
this
solar
person.
demand? Like, is it worth some greater incentivizing for more homeowners to do this, like a solar
No,
situation, or not so much?
not specifically from that perspective. Of the solar, as we were saying, our peak is at 8 or 9. And the solar's not producing much at all at 8 or 9. So in general, just solar, they weren't helping reduce that. If it's from storage, it could be helpful, but we have to really work on the way mean charges us, which former UEB Chairman Kerr was working with me, and we started that conversation just recently. So storage could help reduce the demand. Really looking at it though was, we also saw a number of years ago that purchasing green electricity from me looked to be more equitable and a better, getting more green energy and a better savings than trying to just wait and let individuals do it. That way, everybody benefited from getting the green electricity. There was, even people who can't do solar for financial reasons, or they don't own the home.
And so that issue around the solar is because then the storage component makes us responsible for transmission and distribution?
No, not specifically. You'd have to have how electricity is, how we get charged. So you have the number of kilowatt hours you use, but then a portion of it is a fixed cost that they charge us all the time, and that's where they add in what would really be the demand charge. Right, being prepared for, if we use 2 megawatts most of the time, and then we spike up to 3, there needs to be enough generation sitting out there to cover that 3. And that's the usually considered to be demand, and how you cover those extra costs.
In general, do you know how many solar accounts we have of those 1,200?
I was trying to think if we were 130 again, I need to go back to numbers.
1% approximately, and most of them do end up with a credit at the end of the year though.
No, we're down, less than half the people are on the old system. Now, I think I'd have to pull up the numbers. The old system does the credit, only prior to 2020, once
So
we
we
changed
have,
the
we have
code.
about 100 people benefiting from solar. Reducing their electric bill every month.
I think all are reducing electric bill.
So I mean, yeah, it works.
Their bill, not our bill.
Yeah,
Okay, see.
Yep.
Thanks.
Any others? I guess one other question on that then, more all the utilities in general, but that I had for the end when it comes down to the questions. In the utility meeting will be, we really looked a lot of times at development, as we're saying, paying for the utilities. But you are hearing more and more concerns about development, what they can or can't get done. So you want to keep in mind, well, it does sound nice. If we can't get that development to actually come forward, then it is harder. And so I would say, should there still be this big push to make sure, so the hotel originally came in, yes, we want to underground those electric lines. Yeah, we'll pay for 3rd and 4th. We'll do the whole thing. Can't do it, then backs up. And so do you push to get additional utility work done from the development? Should the town be looking at that? Or do we want to say, okay, let's just get this development in at whatever the minimum costs are, so that we're not, that they're covering all of their costs, any future costs sort of to the utility, but not adding in extra undergrounding project, not adding in another water line that would be beneficial, but not. So I have the question of how much to push development on that from high, just say low, medium, don't do anything, just get them to develop, or they want to develop, we want whatever benefits we can get. Onto the water, wastewater, there's again, just a bunch of acronyms, it's all in there, you don't need to go through a whole lot. I added Colorado Big Thompson, that's really the organization is Northern Water, Colorado Northern Water Conservancy District, who supplies the Colorado Big Thompson. They manage or regulate, administer, probably the proper word for the Colorado. So CBT is a big one we talk about with the water rights. Left Hand St. Vrain Water Conservancy is about conservation of water. It's more about raw water, the creeks, our water supply, not the actual domestic water or the treated water that comes from Longmont. The Colorado Department of Public Health, CDPHE, you'll see a lot, is the regulator over the wastewater and the water side of things. And then just to add in our contractor for both the water and the wastewater is Ramey Environmental Compliance, or, oh, I should have put the acronym REC. REC, I don't usually use it there. Longmont Water doesn't have an acronym, so we'll just call them Longmont Water. Again, on the rates, these are some graphs we had that the staff, Cassie, Victoria, Kim, all working on these to help throw these in for me. So they're not exactly the same. There's not a good average line on the second one, but there are some different utilities mentioned in the second one that are closer. But to see on the water side, again, we're in the middle of what the ones are that are here. Boulder is not a water provider, so you'd have to go to who their provider is. They're not a municipal water. Sewer is the big one where we rank up. Let's see over here, second. We're not quite as much as Netherlands, which I hadn't realized before as the really big one, but they did have some issues. But for those who have monitored the town rates, the biggest one that's been the increase the last 10 years has been the wastewater fund going up much more than water or electric.
We're gonna keep fine tuning these two to include more of the Boulder County communities that are usually our peers that, all the L communities.
Big,
But they don't provide their own, so we just gotta do them for research.
big high level to cram through in the last 30 seconds. Tank mixer for the water tank. I had mentioned the UEV has started a little bit of talking. Longmont, actually, I found out doesn't have any. Their new water tank they're putting in, they're gonna do a tank mixer. I had heard it is not as big in Colorado for tank mixers. I don't know why, but the big aspect is the water up in the tank at Apple Valley, the new water goes in the bottom. So the water drains down, let's say 25%, right? And then as it fills up with fresh water, all full of chlorine, it only fills up 25%. It drops back down, goes back up. That water up above 25% is sitting in the tank for a long time. And while it's all there and great as a safety mechanism now, if we need to fight a fire and they can drain it all down, as soon as it gets below, it's in gallons, so I don't know the exact amount, but let's say 33%, a third of it, we actually can't use that water to drink anymore, and we'd have to say stop or call oil order. So that's my biggest concern, like when we had the recent big leak over by Eagle Canyon, and we were scrambling to find it because it was dropping pretty quickly there. And then I don't want to have to call a boil order, but it does happen. We've seen it in places, so knock on wood, but I don't have to do that.
I thought we got treated wrong.
We do, but that water has to be treated out east in Longmont, and then it goes, and the water tank, we only let drop down 25%.
But shouldn't the whole water in our tank be treated with water?
How does it mix? The water at the top is never changing.
Is it back from forward?
No, but the water comes in the bottom of the tank,
Yeah,
and so the water, new water going in, fills the tank, pushes the old water up. Maybe there's a little bit of mixing, but in general, that water, so we're at 75% of the tank and the water's coming in and it fills it up. I didn't realize this a number of years ago. It's been in years.
53 or something?
No, it's just,
Isn't it that?
yeah, but. the chlorine
It has
goes
been,
in
but
the-
yeah, chlorine doesn't last more
It
than
dissipates.
even a month.
So I call it evaporation, it's not that, it's degradation, it's more.
So we'd
Yeah.
like to look at a tank
Sure.
mixer, they make them solar now, so that this little paddle just goes in your tank all the time.
That's not hadn't been budgeted for and.
No, it's just on
That's
his
very cost.
wanting to.
We'll see if Longmont's listening on this. I did send an email when I talked about tank mixers, because if they need to shut our water down while they do this big new tank for more than a day or two, we'll feel it out, see where it goes.
See if they'll be willing to put a mixer in.
Really quick, again, the water supply component of the comprehensive plan, I talked about a little bit when I talked about water, a high level item we need to do. Really big one to me that I've thought about, again, it gets a little questioning, is I just had another person asking about water on Apple Valley. We don't really want annexations. It looks like at least in general, the development is not there. Our code really pushes for an annexation. It prevents you from getting the utilities because we want to incentivize annexation. But if we really don't want annexation, is there a benefit to getting somebody on water? Maybe not everywhere, but if Apple Valley turns out to be the biggest concerning stretch of line because it is older, we don't know yet. I really want to do the study on that. But if it was, and you had a third of the properties that are out there, let's say that's 30 or 40 properties willing to come and pay the tap fee, $17,000 and put up water rights fee, would it be worth it to try to add them to our water utility? Again, high level, but if you have these 30 properties willing to do the payment that actually covers our whole water upgrade plan. Again, just as a way to look at things to potentially try to figure it out. There's a lot involved there. It's not gonna work really easily. There's definitely some concerns there. Like I say, it's something to talk about over months, not really quick.
That depends on how much they'd be willing to pay, right? So-
Right, yeah, yep, exactly.
Any thoughts of doing the survey of unserved Apple Valley residents? and
These
see-
are all projects for
We
consultants.
could do that, yes, I would say that would be, where does that come in the order? Do we actually make it talked about first, or do we want to discuss the annexation law further? Be what's the cart, and what's the
Right.
horse? Because someone was telling me their well is running dry, so they have concern. Eagle-
How many wells are in distress?
And there's, some of them all came on before because of, I heard radon, I thought is what was in the wells up there. The Eagle Canyon Lift Station, it's been talked about, it will come up again during any development. We could take on one or two new, that's already old and was said it should be in our capital improvements plan. We're not gonna get through all the fancier stuff. I've talked a little bit about the sewer and how we focused on the wastewater treatment plant, but there's plenty to do on some of the distribution lines. Includes a lift station, that would be Eagle Canyon. But again, if a development wants to come in, then they are responsible if they really want to add a bunch more to that. It's not just one or two, a house coming on. And another one I've been working on involved in the base water levels in the creek. Again, for utility side of things, there's also recreation, how water supply is going to change. So I work with St. Brain Left Hand. I'm on the, not base flows, just because there are high flows, there's actually talk, but again, water in the creek and the supply aspect, raw water more than just our domestic treated water.
One other item you could add to that list would be, the Groover storm, water system too.
Yep.
They've asked
Yeah, I just
for,
talked
would
to-
like to take that over.
The who?
Groover Drive,
Oh,
they're on a different water system and have asked before if you'd be interested.
thank you, Aaron. Very comprehensive reviews.
We'll have to do this one next.
Some of us, it's like drinking out of a fire hose, and maybe I should say a 6-inch line, but anyway, a lot of information and very useful to know. Thank you.
I'm sorry,
Well,
we have just 5 minutes.
That's super, 6:57, so, yeah,
We have a few minutes.
5-minute break. Thank you. order and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Who those two are closest?
All right, Mayor Browning,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Wingers,
President.
Trustee Jacobs,
Present.
Trustee Schwartz,
Present.
Trustee Lowell,
President,
Trustee Williams, and Trustee McCreary.
Present.
All rise for the pledge of allegiance. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I invite everyone to take a moment to silently reflect on whatever gratitude, best wishes, remembrances, or other thoughts you choose about the Native American heritage of this land, our community, or anything of deep importance to you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
so moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? If not, I will call for the vote.
We'll vote for you.
And that motion passes unanimously.
The next item is audience business. It appears that there will be less than 10 people signed up tonight, in which case, the time for addressing the board is 4 minutes. I would ask that you identify yourself by name and where you live. You don't have to give the street number. And I would also ask that remark be confined to town business. Starts.
Good evening, trustees, staff. Thank you very much. I'm here. At least for one issue, possibly two, depending on your answers to the first one. Let's start with Sundance Task Force. We met this afternoon. Moving forward from your gracious passing of the ordinance, we would ask now that you take up the resolution and put it on the agenda for approval. Because you might recall, we need Sundance as an event designated for the 7th. So the next step will be in your hands, and I understand we possibly get it on your next agenda, so I would make that an official request. Also, I would have you put a couple of dates on your agenda. August 21st at 1:30, this task force will be meeting again. We are now focusing on how we can market Lions as an alternate place for people to come to and recreate during Sundance. They're making a lot of phone calls, making a lot of connections, and the consensus is that's gonna give us the best bang for our buck. We'll see, we're continuing to learn as we go. The next meeting we're tentatively set for September 23rd. That's a Wednesday evening, probably at 6 o'clock in a community room at the library. We're going to invite Fox Property Management, who is handling the listing for properties down in Boulder, to come up and make a community presentation on how to get your property on the books and listed and prepared for Sundance, should you choose to participate in the program. So those are two upcoming dates. We have not set a regular schedule for Sundance meeting. We're meeting kind of ad hoc as things occur. That's what we've got on the calendar right now. As an aside, you were talking about Apple Valley. I would be a supporter of annexation. We already pay town water rates, so we're already there. Number 10.1 on your agenda tonight is addressing a gender request from Leave and LCF. It would be nice if we could move that up and address it earlier. Both Jocelyn Farrell and I are here to address any questions that may come up with that request. And if we can get out of here a bit earlier than wait through the agenda, that would be appreciated. Those are our requests. Thank you.
Ready? Yeah. I am Jocelyn Farrell, 140 Stone Canyon Drive.
Push it down a little bit.
There we go. Okay. Thank you for allowing us to come forward this evening, and as Gil just mentioned, we are on the agenda under general, and I'm happy to be here to answer any questions about Hootenanny this year. And it is LEAF and LCF together as a volunteer run organization and event that brings money right back to this community. And we're hoping to raise enough money that will go towards our grant making and basic needs support that LEAF does. And we're requesting a waiver of our fees in addition to being able to collect fees for parking. So we're here and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Hello. I'm Ann Hawkinson. I'm here as a representative for Team Colorado Whitewater Racing Club. And I just wanted to say thank you again to the town, the Board of Trustees for supporting the club and the placement of our new storage shed on the corner of McConnell and McConnell next to the ponds. So wanted to thank you all for that, but also want to acknowledge, knowing that, many folks in town are not happy about the appearance of the shed. And so letting you all know that we understand that, we appreciate their perspective and want to work with the town to, try to create more of Lion's Side. Thank you all for doing that. And so we're an open book, basically, to suggestions from the town, whether we go with possibly creating another mural in town that shows the vibe of Lions, and also the kayaking club as well, in the river that we all enjoy. Or, should we do plantings around it so that it looks a little bit more natural in its space? So these are all things that we're open to discuss, and we would request if we could have one person from the board or someone from the town of Lyons that could sit down and talk with us to help us come up with a good plan so that we can hopefully make everybody here in town more happy about it. So thank you. And I just arrived from Poland last night. The boys are now loading their boats to fly back, their kayaks from Poland back to the United States right now. And we competed in Junior Worlds, and we did take bronze in the women's junior team event, which was fantastic. So thank you.
Any further audience business? If not, any board reactions? But you think this will start on there?
Yeah, I'm not sure we're able to move the LCF thing up earlier, as much as we would love to. Can we still do that? Okay, great, because of course we appreciate you all being here and don't want to waste this time. And thank you, Anne, for the idea of decorating that shed. I think that's a lovely way to try to at least address some people's concerns. I mean, it's a key project, it's kids and kayaks, so that's cool. So, but how can we make it more palatable? So appreciate that partnership.
Yes, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, I was a little bit confused about, and Victoria, it's the agenda item to discuss waivers, just to place it on a future agenda, or what is?
I believe it's a decision being question.
Oh, decision. Okay, well, if we still have the opportunity to move that up, I would think.
Ask for unanimous consent after we move through.
Okay. And thank you, Gil and Ian, for everything.
Hey, Gil, it's a great idea of getting Fox Property Management, and I hope you splash that, so that everybody in town is aware that anybody's considering about, renting their property, so thanks for that.
Yeah, as soon as we do these remarks, I'll ask for unanimous consent with that agenda item up, since there's not a a lot of audience here for other things tonight. With regard to the shed, I would encourage you to, if you haven't already done so, to talk with the Lions Arts and Humanities Commission, Claudia Paterno in particular, because they've got a lot of, you've seen the utility boxes painted in the murals, and they've got grant sources for that, and I think that would be a good contact to make as well as town staff.
Thanks all of you for being here. I like seeing all of you. I know you're missing the soccer match. Gil, I apologize that I did not make today's meeting with Sundance. We are the tag teamers. I put the other two on the calendar. I think those are excellent. I'll help you spread the word. And I'm also spreading the word about Hootenanny. So Jocelyn, I've been talking about it for a while. I just talked about it this weekend. And yeah, it's really exciting I live over in that neighborhood, kayakers, and that's wonderful. So whatever we can do to help.
I just want to pretty much echo what everybody else has shared so far. I would be happy to sit with Team Colorado, chat about that. I known about the organization through other friends for such a long time, so it feels like an adjacent, near dear to my heart situation. And agree with Mayor Browning that the LAHC or the LCD is a great place to look at for the mural opportunity. They're popping up all over the place right now, so I think that could be an easy match. But the plants, I'm a huge plant nerd, so I would love to chat.
Anything from staff?
Staff, only that I believe you're already working with the Lions Creative or the Arts and Humanities. This was the one that they liked. But as we do with all public decisions, some people like it being fun and whimsical, and others think it should be natural. So now it is our, this is on our property, so if you could help them maneuver through that, that would be great, because yes, it's one of those. You'll still have a few not happy with every decision, but I think that was your request, was this version or something natural.
Right.
Yeah, so I'm not sure that came across quite to the board, so. I don't know if, are we allowing them to make their own decision on how they want to paint their container, or do you want it to come to the board? Cause she thought that's what she was doing tonight.
My opinion is that because there seems to be a few complaints filtering in, we probably ought to vet this, whatever they come up with.
Not just through Arts and Humanities, because they've already said okay to this.
I like whimsical.
And you like that? That's what happens.
We generally defer to the LAHC on such matters instead of the board expressing his artistic preferences. So my position would be defer to the LAHC.
I would also just love to see what that property line is for the town anyway, just see if there's an opportunity for something more fun.
It is zone municipal, it's ours.
It's not irrigated.
Oh, it's not irrigated.
Whimsical.
Anyway, well,
I'd be happy to chat more, but yeah, I think the LAHC could probably make a decision.
right. My only other comment was, I'm glad the group realized we have to declare a cell, which is that special events license. So since the resolution, or since the ordinance had 30 days to cure, we can gear this up for your next meeting, hopefully on consent agenda. And it should be about the same time the ordinance passes. So those should happen about as quickly as we can as a municipality. So we'll get that geared up for July 20th. And Jocelyn will wait to hear if the board moves this up to have that discussion.
All right, yeah, we could have changed this on the agenda if we realized that at the time we approved the agenda, but I would ask, it's a little bit out of the ordinary, but I would ask, due to the fact that there's not a lot of audience here for other things, I would ask unanimous consent of the board to move the agenda item, Roman numeral 10.1, and take it up at this time. Any objection? Hearing none, we'll do that, and I wish to recuse myself on this item, but those are no write this on the Leaf board and actually on the committee for the nanny, so I'm gonna accuse myself and turn this portion of the meeting over to, Mayor Pro Tem Flair. So
We're doing it, we're gonna do it now. Okay.
So, yeah, so in response to, I think it was Amy's question. Trustee Schwartz, I had talked to the mayor about this earlier when we had our meeting today on the agenda, so. We're planning on just doing a yes/no vote for them tonight, and that is how it's been handled in the past. We do have some tentacles out to the other boards and commissions that are related to this topic. To say, do we need something permanent going forward so that we don't do these as one-offs every time? So right now, I'll say that Gil and Jocelyn are here to ask for the agenda requests, Leaf and LCF requests for waiver of special event and parking fees for Hootenanny at Bond Park on August 6th this year,
August 29th.
August 29th.
Yes.
All right, not August 6th. Thanks. All
And
right,
It'll be sad event on August 6th.
You're right.
And the request and those fees are included in your packet. They
Yeah.
total. What was the total? Do you guys remember offhand? About $150 in an application fee, $650 in an event permit fee, staff time, electrical and water. And then authorization to collect a voluntary $5 parking donation.
Yeah, those are estimates, so it's our best guess at this point.
So it's less than $1,000.
Correct.
Correct. And I would like to ask on the parking, just to be clear, we understand that many of our residents in Lyons have parking passes. So clearly that would not change for them. They would still have the free pass. Our hope was that any additional person that might be coming to the event, which is from 3 to 7, although we'll be doing setup for volunteers, setup will start around 1 p.m. But the actual event itself is 3 to 7 on Saturday, August the 29th. That if people go to the kiosk to pay for parking, that we could then come to the town and in exchange, perhaps we could have that funding. And the reason this is actually important is because in the past, the Hootenanny event took place at Riverbend and we've outgrown the space. And so we've had to move to a new location. And by having it at Bone Park, which is wonderful, and I think it's the timing of this is excellent. It is a source of revenue that we actually are losing because we were able to charge for parking at Riverbend. Since we can't do that anymore, we're estimating about $500 less in revenue. And then just to go back and reiterate that all of the fundraising, the duck race and the silent auction, and all of the other ways that we're going to be raising money that day goes towards basic needs services that that Leaf puts on for the community, helping with utilities or car rentals and mental health services. But then with the Lions Community Foundation portion.
You may or may not be aware, but I'll revisit it anyway. 5-6 years ago, Leaf and LCF got together, jointly put on. And we've been partnering for these number of years to do that. We split whatever revenue comes in. And so the more we come in can support both organizations and programs going forward. And many of them benefit folks or organizations and we hope you would share the desire to increase that revenue source for us.
Go ahead, Trustee Schwartz.
What is your expected revenue based on last year? Or the growth at Bone Park? What are you expecting to raise?
Our goal would be $20,000.
I'm gonna say it a little differently.
Okay, go right ahead.
Each organization last year netted after expenses around $18,000 to $20,000. We hope to exceed that this year. We've already gone out and got some sponsors that have reached a record high for us. So we're exceptionally optimistic and we appreciate whatever support the town will give us.
So just so I'm clear on the concept, so the parking issue. You're not suggesting that we return to you money that people pay in kiosks, is that what you're saying?
Well, I would be willing to do it in whatever form is easiest for the
Well,
town.
I think the easiest form is to have people with buckets, you know.
It is, that's what we can do.
Voluntary $5 donation.
That's what we did.
It's much easier, they just turn off the kiosks.
Okay, that would be fine. I didn't know from an accounting standpoint what was gonna be the most appropriate.
What time is your event?
The event starts at 3 PM till 7. We will have our volunteers though, will be there starting to park around 1.
So just from a staff perspective, we already have people in the park.
What?
At 1 o'clock, you're gonna work around them. And anyone who, it's rare to have people arrive after 3 that are paying for parking.
Right, they're
It's
there at
usually
7.
morning or noon or 1, so that works well for us, I think.
And it is also open to the people who are
Sure.
attending, you know, playing at the park that day. And if they want to join in our festivities, it is not a closed event. It is open to anyone.
Right.
Somebody who also works for a nonprofit when I'm not wearing this hat, I empathize with the additional fees and hoping to cut costs wherever feasibly possible. And so from a personal standpoint, I really want to support this, but also as the board's, as the board liaison for the Economic Vitality Commission, I feel like I should share what we've talked about in those meetings so far, and that kind of unanimously, the EDC is not really in support of waiving fees for any nonprofit, even if local. I think that is stemming from some desire to see nonprofits engage more local businesses and offer that, and that obviously you guys do. And so we didn't talk about you guys necessarily specifically, except for one piece where they suggested maybe there was an opportunity to cover an average cost of the parking fee in the afternoon. I don't know if that makes any sense, since you're saying that the fees are kind of not substantial at that point in the afternoon, so maybe the timing is in favor there, but just wanted to share that perspective that there are just some general concerns about losing out on those revenue fees, like from the Economic Vitality Commission standpoint.
I appreciate that, and I can understand that perspective, especially for a for-profit organization that comes in and does major, huge events in the town. That certainly makes sense. I would love to just reiterate that all the funding that is the funds that are being raised for this event go directly back into the community. And so it's helping residents in particular, and then other organizations that approach the Lions Community Foundation for their nonprofit needs.
So
I in general would like to support this.
can you also communicate that we talked about this at your next meeting, or if you guys are meeting in July?
We are meeting in July, the EDC is, so I'll bring this up to them and just share that like LCF and we feel like a nuanced part of the conversation. Yeah, there was a whole request to talk about how we handle these requests moving forward, you know, for-profit versus nonprofit, and then nonprofit having even further distinction of is it a nonprofit that's based in Lyons or not based in Lyons. The conversation doesn't completely feel done in the EDC, but you know, I just wished to share what their overall consensus was, but I mean, it serves everyone here.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If it helps you, either or both of us are happy to come to the EDC meeting.
You should.
That would be great.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
You just let us know when.
Okay, it's like this Wednesday at 8 AM. In the library.
Kim told me it was canceled this month.
I didn't get that update. I also haven't gotten
you know,
an
because
agenda
I
either,
offered to go
so.
and she said it's canceled for the month of July. So we should confirm that.
Okay, yeah,
We'll try the link.
Thank you.
But they have an audience time here as well.
Let us know if one or both of us will be there.
Yeah, I
I'm
think
happy to follow up.
they would also, they both look here million years like me, and they would also be good at opening that conversation about how the EDC has talked about trying to source our vendors, food trucks, et cetera, locally first, if possible. And you guys would be great at giving them more information on that.
Yeah, it would be cool to hear some steps, like some procedures on how you've gone about that. 'Cause I know they have issues with just like for-profits, just not even trying to ask local businesses and things of that nature. So you could help us brainstorm.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Happy to chat.
All right, trustee Jacobs, you have anything to add?
My biggest question was, do we still have the duck race? And you already answered that.
Yes.
Just a different section of the river.
No, I mean, you got the work that you all do, what you give to this town, to me, this is the easy one. Yeah.
Okay, any other discussion or questions? Then we should vote, and we're gonna be voting on both things.
It's listed as a resolution or just.
It's not
Just discussion.
just a discussion and decision.
Yeah, we may need to do, a ratification on this one, since we didn't have a resolution.
Motion, just make that general motion and we'll make
Yeah.
it.
The general motion
One of you.
by Leaf and LCF.
No, by one of you.
Yeah, so I moved to grant, these items, and then we'll have to bring it back at the next meeting for ratification.
Okay,
I moved to grant the request for waiver of special event and parking fees for the Hootenanny at Bone Park on August 6th. Right.
August 29th.
August 29th. 29th, you already said that, and I'm still reading. it.
That's the board.
August 29th.
Hold that in.
All right, we vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
All right,
Thank you for your support. We
Thank
do
you.
appreciate, community appreciate it.
thanks for throwing us great parties.
You all are welcome to be there. Thank you. Oop, Erica.
Let me know about EDC. Yeah, totally. Follow.
Interesting.
Right, so I believe our next item is staff reports. I don't see Sergeant McCann, so I presume we
Yeah.
know that.
Sergeant McKim is on vacation this week, but she did include in your packet the most recent statistics. And what you'll probably notice, bless you, you'll probably notice is that just general numbers are going up pretty significantly. That is really simply due to the higher traffic numbers we see after Labor Day, or after Memorial Day. So I would expect those types of numbers to continue as long as we have enough officers to serve on traffic to be. But other than that, I didn't hear of anything else to report other than we did have one lost individual this weekend that was 90 years old and suffering some dementia, but they were able to locate them probably within 30 minutes, which was really good because it was hot on top of it. So other than that, I didn't get any other reports from her or her staff.
That's the administrator's report.
As all of you know, but it's good to reiterate, the western half of Boulder County is now to stage 2 fire restriction. So that affects all of us here in Lyons. So basically no campfires, charcoal grills, or flames unless they have an on and off switch in an enclosed area. That's the easiest way. No chainsaws, recreational shooting, or fireworks. So we will keep an eye on those, the fire restrictions. There does appear to be a slight chance of rain each day this week, so let's keep our fingers crossed. The other things probably worth noting, you noted we have an audio upgrade in this room. I should do that. And can you hear us better in the audience? Yes. Hey. And it should also be better on the live stream as well. So that has been taken care of. Thank you, Clerk Vasquez. Couple items under community programs. We did receive $10,000 from the Economic Vitality Grant from Boulder County. They would like us to add that to our modifications we're making at the Visitor Center building to prepare that for entrepreneurs to use that space and work with the LCD on that space. Summix has donated an additional, another $10,000 to LAHC. They really like to fund murals. And so we are now looking at placing a mural on the backside of the Spirit Hounds warehouse building that the town owns. That's one location. The other, they're calling Fox Hill, which is that small wall below Tank Hill on 4th Avenue. That there's some pretty neat, creative, natural looking murals that they're looking at that location. So art shows will be Wednesday, the 22nd at the library and town hall. Parking revenue, as well as what you saw on the sheriff's report, takes a big jump in the month of June, continues through July and August. Traditionally, parks were very, very full this weekend. Interestingly, Father's Day is usually our busiest day in the parks. I think yesterday, or 4th of July may have exceeded that this year. Bone Park had every parking stall full, both sides. I believe she said over 200 parking stalls were filled at Bone Park this year, or this weekend. Want to remind you and the public that Laverne Johnson Park is leased to Planet Bluegrass July 22nd through the 27th. Locals can get in, and when we say local in this case, it's 80540. Can get in walking, as long as you are not coming to sit for the day. You can walk through with a tube, you can walk through with a dog. But it's not to stay and utilize the park.
And they should bring ID, correct?
That's your house, yeah. And then the rest of the events listed are getting into August, so I'm not gonna go through those tonight. But I did want to mention, we now have 2 residents that have received matching rebates for wildfire mitigation so far to date.
Is that
And-
for the year?
Excuse me?
That's for the whole year?
Since it went into effect, I think it was like May 1st, if you remember, it was when Boulder County approved theirs too. And we have 2 or 3 that have called in, so we're anticipating a few more that people have asked inquiries about. Interestingly, we did find out something after the fact, and that was Wildfire Partners does not reimburse if it's a multifamily unit and only one of them is doing it. It makes sense in its own way, but that really wasn't known until after we had someone in a duplex do theirs. I would said, you go ahead and do our part, because we didn't ever advertise that we were in that case. So now we will get that advertised better. It was new to us too. Concert series is up and running, as you all know, Wednesday, 6:30, Sandstone Park through mid-August. See what else here. But it's busy time in all things arts, recreation, and community participation. So I'll let you guys read through the rest of that report. Won't take your time tonight on all that. So any questions for me for my report?
We're gonna bring this up at the Parks and Rec Commission meeting next week, but I thought I'd pass it along to you that, I think we need to increase the park security patrols at the, October home. The problem is we created that wonderful parking lot, but now it's becoming an infraction. So I noted in the last 2 weekends when I was over there with the grandkids that there's a lot of, activity going on, smoking, drinking, dogs loose on the opposite shore. So I know that Iron Spear comes down around the ponds and checks that side. But if you could somehow get them to extend their patrols to go over the opposite side. Yes.
Dan, that makes sense. They have never been told
I
that. So
don't think they're gonna get all the.
sure, we will make sure. I'll take care of that, before the weekend.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for making us aware of it.
Any other questions for the administrator? On the financial report, please, Ness.
Oh, finance report. I don't know. Is Cassie on tonight? If not, she's not.
Yeah, Cassie's not on one.
Okay, I can go through that. Finance report, the majority of that, has to do with our sales tax. Line here. So. I'm gonna share my screen, or is it okay for now? Let's keep going. Sales tax was down a little bit this month. And, but the finance director made a note, it's actually 3.4% lower than last year at this time. But we had 5 businesses who did not submit their April sales tax data. So that is probably why that is equal to about $5,600. Of those, one is now behind 2 months. I called them myself last week to let them know if that goes a 3rd month, that it will come to the Board of Trustees. And they would be facing potential of losing their business and or liquor license. And I usually don't make a personal call to the 2nd month, just not knowing if there's other circumstances, but we believe that that's probably why April is lower. However, year-to-date sales tax revenue is up 8.59%. And if you recall, we had a couple anomalies early on that probably are creating that. In regard to local versus non-local, in the month of April, 41% of sales were locally, local purchases, and 59% were non-local purchases, meaning Amazon, etc.
Just looking at that trend, it seems like over time, the non-local percentage is getting higher and higher.
Certainly does look like that. I think that's a trend we can expect to see. For 2 reasons. One is the convenience. I think word is also getting out to people that if you buy and deliver, Lions gets that sales tax. But at the same time, we also probably have the most open businesses that I can recall in 15 years. So business, there's not as many businesses open right now either. Let's see. In regard to revenues and expenditures, all the funds except general fund, wastewater and parks, revenues exceed expenditures, except in those 3 funds for year to date. Those are not unusual for the timing of the year and for the wastewater claims, as you guys already know. At our next meeting, July 20th, Director Eystone will be spending significant time on our 2025 audit. We'll have our audit, a discussion on where reserves are moving into 26. And for the most part, you're gonna see that those will be higher than what we had budgeted to enter 26. So some of that will also be making a difference. In regard to, let's see. Going kind of through those slides of. The expense budget is also pretty much on target. In all the funds, so it's only in the revenues that those 3 funds are lagging a little behind, which is usually expected this time of year, except for wastewater. Any questions?
Any questions, Scott?
Comments?
If not, move on to the legal update. If Attorney Dittman has anything to contribute on that.
Yep, I have no report for this time. Thank you.
Then we'll move on to ordinance public hearings. We're here for the 2nd reading and a public hearing on ordinance 1221, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, amending sections of Article 8, Chapter 2 of the municipal code to revise boards and commissions appointment process. Anything staff would want to summarize on that?
Attorney Devon, he was gonna take the.
Okay,
Sure, yeah, so this is the ordinance that the board requested to update the board and commission appointment process. I think the last meeting, we had a workshop where we heavily worked on the language for this, did my best to cover the wide ranging conversation that was had on that. At the last meeting, we made some additional adjustments which were reflected in the draft that's before you tonight. Happy to take any more questions. Once we get it before the board, work on some additional amendments. Obviously, it's a very technical ordinance, and just happy to answer any questions you might have.
any questions from town staff? If not, then I would open the public hearing and invite any member of the public who wishes to speak to this ordinance to come to the podium and say what you wish.
Doesn't look like it.
Looks like there's no public comment on this, so I will close the public hearing. We would entertain a motion with respect to this ordinance. Trustee Lowell.
I'll move on second reading, ordinance 1221, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending certain sections of Article 8, Chapter 2 of the Lyons Municipal Code to revise the town's boards and commissions appointment process.
Is there a second?
Second that.
Board discussion? I have one kind of process thing. It's not an amendment to the ordinance or anything, but something that kind of thought about doing the last meeting where we had multiple appointments, and there was some discussion about this on first reading when we were drafting this, and that is how to actually propose and vote on proposed appointments when there are multiple ones. And an idea I came up with, and I'll just throw it out there and see if the board is amenable to it or not, would be basically to kind of treat, if you have like 4 different appointees to multiple commissions, essentially treat that like we do the consent agenda, where somebody would move and second for the appointment of those. And then if any board member wanted to discuss one of the appointments or more than one of the appointments, they would basically withdraw that from the overall vote, so that those that there were no objections to would be basically appointed without discussion. But if there's a discussion wanted on one or more of them, then that would be discussed separately, rather than discussing them all 4 at once. That's the procedure we've used for consent agenda for many years. It occurred to me that that might be a recognizable method to deal with a multiple appointment situation.
But doesn't that then begin to talk to the qualifications of the person who has been pulled from the consent?
Yeah, but otherwise you have a motion to appoint 4 people and nobody wants to discuss that, and you have to vote on the overall motion. So if somebody wants to discuss an appointment to a particular commission, they can. That's part of our agreement that we reached. I was just trying to get the actual voting done, where if there's 3 people that nobody has any objection to, they're basically appointed without further delay. If there's one board of commission that somebody wants to discuss, then you would discuss that one. I mean, have all 4 be subject to the same motion. It seemed like we procedurally difficult to do.
Again, I still think we get into a decided argument here. It's like a open discussion on the person objected to. I thought we would just object without any further conversation.
It's a problem if you do that and you object to 4 people. You don't get any of the 4, you don't get the other 3 appointed. And I went back and looked very carefully and the AI transcript of our discussions. The one thing we did agree on that I believe was that if somebody has applied but not been proposed to be appointed, we're not going to discuss why someone wasn't appointed. My review of the discussions we had was that if somebody wants to discuss a particular appointment and say, I think there's somebody better to do, or really think this person's qualified, we've not agreed to do that. It's not something that would confirm that I believe was the consensus of the board.
I could agree with that, that's what we have to trigger our Kevin.
Yes, and that was discussed as well, try to be judicious and our comments in terms of personal. Observations and what to do. So that doesn't mean your program, not the program, and I just wanted to basically get some of the idea of how to deal with multiple point of situation in order to form the board. That's the way I'm proposed to do it. Any further discussion?
I just have some like proofreading annoying little things. I don't know where this is the place to do that, but
Yes.
in 2848, there's an extra parenthesis, like an open parentheses. In that first line,
Just send them.
and there's no period and the sentence in the second line. And then the lettering's off again. We have A, B, C, C, D, E. That's it. That's not valid. That's all.
Yeah, we don't need a motion for those. I got them. It's errata issues we call them. So yeah, I'll take care of them right now.
Oh, thanks, man.
Any further discussion? If not, then I will call for the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, I believe the next item is the consent agenda. If the clerk would please read that into the record.
Yes, item 1 is resolution 2026-38, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a representation agreement with Hoffman, Parker, Wilson, and Parberry for legal representation. Item 2 is resolution 2026-39, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the second amendment to the professional services agreement with Maple Bear Consultants LLC. Item 3 is resolution 2026-40, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, supporting continued participation in the Colorado Main Street program with the Colorado Department of Local Affairs. Item 4 are the June 15th, 2026 regular Board of Trustees meeting minutes. Item 5 are the June 29th, 2026 special Board of Trustees meeting minutes. And item 6 are the June accounts payable.
Do I have a motion for approval of the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any items that the trustee would like to withdraw from the consent agenda? Trustee Old.
Yeah, I'd like to move item 7.6, the joint accounts payable for discussion.
Any other items? And we didn't call for a vote on the consent agenda other than item Roman numeral 76.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Trustee Old.
Okay, so I'm looking at the payment of $16,725 to the Boulder County Housing Authority. For those new trustees, that is no doubt part of the $700,000 that Boulder County Housing Authority, I guess the proper word would be gave to the town of Lyons, although it's basically their money.
Earmarked to us.
They're sort of holding it for them and then paying it back to them as they incur expenses on either, well, Seward was 200,000, Carter Court is 700,000, so we pay it back to them. That's the mechanics of where he's coming from. I don't have an issue with that. My only problem is that, some time ago, I had asked that staff provide us with information or any communication they've had with Boulder County Housing Authority on either Seward or Carter Court. Certainly, if we're paying them out money, there must be some sort of conversation going back and forth between the town and the county about this. They just don't. What I'm worried is that this Carter Court thing is going to become a fait accompli. That we're almost assuming that the deal is going to go through. We've made no commitments to Boulder County Housing Authority on this. We haven't seen any proposals from them about what they intend to do on that. But it seems now that we're allowing them to go on town land and perform exploratory drillings, geotechnicals and whatnot.
I thought that did come to the board. That may have been before this board was even seated.
I don't recall it. I do recall that we had the R3 rezone on Carter Court. That's as far as I know that we've done. I know there has been intimations of the fact that they've been doing, their due diligence on these lots.
I was
But
thinking,
what I'm saying is that I would like to see, the board be aware of whatever conversations we're having with Board of County Housing Authority on this.
that's
I
very,
know Planner Ritchie gave us a brief overview about 2 meetings ago, but
Yeah.
it didn't include this. There's 2 parts to this. Like I said, we want the board to be aware of what could be potentially a controversial and big event for the town coming down the line at some point. And furthermore, we've also got a few residents over there on Carter Court who are a little bit alarmed about what they're seeing. Because this promises to be extensive disruption in their life over there if this project goes forward. So, I guess because I see them, I'm in the neighborhood, they ask me the question. And so I throw up my hands and just say, I'm trying to find out what I can. So if we could continue to get realistic updates on this, as with the conversations going forward, that'll be great.
okay. I do know, she did give an update just a couple of weeks ago. I think this whole issue on whether or not the site was buildable might have been the old, not really sure, it's about the same time we were transitioning. I do know that the neighbors talked to Lisa about what was happening because a couple of them contacted her and said, we were told you're building on here. And she said, absolutely not. That is not accurate. I don't know who told you that. And explained that they were doing due diligence, but I understand what you're saying. I will reiterate to Lisa that you want to know all conversations with them.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
So therefore I will move. Item 7.6, June accounts payable.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? If not, I'll put it.
That motion passes unanimously.
Fine. We move on to boards and commissions. Pleased to see that we have 2 representatives of the utilities and engineering division. This is an update on multiple types of infrastructure in the town of Lyons.
I'm Jim Osberg, Vice Chair and former Chair Jim Kerr. Well, Jim. Yes. Thank you, Mayor Brown, for inviting us to share some of the things we've been discussing with staff regarding the utility challenges in town. The kind of format we chose the group was to maybe start with the most pressing issues first, and then a lot of questions before we move on to the next utility. If that works for everybody, that's what we'd like to do. So, first one is a wastewater treatment facility. As you're all aware, that there was a study by JVA back in September 24. That was considered sort of all the things needed to improve the performance, increase the capacity. And it was in consideration of future growth over 20 years. Came with a pretty sizable engineer's estimate. And Consor was contracted recently for design of a wastewater treatment facility. And the design is currently at 30% stage, and the engineer's estimate of probably construction is $5,544,000.
And so we remember the public watching this one. Now the difference between the 10,000,008 and the 5,000,005 is the 5,000,005 would basically be essentially retaining the existing capacity of upgrading for anticipating future growth.
This question is asked.
This question gets asked again and again and again, but the capacity of the current plant, assuming it's upgraded, there is some excess capacity remaining, both in terms of volume capacity and um load capacity, so that we're not capped out for it. There is some still room for growth with the existing plant. Is that correct?
Believe that to be correct, Aaron can.
Right, I guess.
You see that, I get that question a lot. How can we grow if the wastewater plant is capped out? But it's really not capped out, it's just not functioning because it should.
The big one being volume wise in particular, there's plenty of room for volume. It was the high strength waste. See if this will not have feedback when I'm talking about, I think we'll have to switch it off as soon as. If you don't, so yes, the high strength waste had been a concern, and even then with our current change to the permit, which increased the capacity of the high strength waste. That also, after ComSource recent studies, doesn't look to be at all of a concern for where we're at currently.
Thank you, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
That comes to a question. And I think, there's, even at this stage, there's some value engineering, that's the things concerts discussed with staff and, the treatment plant operator. And it came up with some solutions related to the goal, with much less cost. So this table kind of represents the items, that they're looking at for destruction. The big ticket item down there, the dewatering, the 700,000. There's a lot of consideration for replacing the existing centrifuge. Looking at other options, fan presses and screw presses. Some of them require, they don't fit a building, so it requires addition, so that's why that cost is pretty large. But recently, I think Aaron did a trial, and looks like there's this way maybe a screw press that seems to be the most cost-effective item over the long term, operating costs, waste hauling, everything considered. So
Maybe
there's
we
some
can
problems
reduce that.
there. Could reduce, yeah, possibly reduce it.
And that's the one we have pending with the congressionally directed spending. That's why we requested that was the largest line item. So hopefully we'll know by the end of the year if that's moving forward, the funding for it.
Okay, I'm gonna turn this over to Jim. He's the time of use rates expert.
Basically, the previous board unanimously approved us to move forward on time use rates, and the May meeting also reiterated in the October meeting. And so what we've been doing is essentially waiting on town staff to catch up now. There's been a lot of work involved with upgrading the meters, reprogramming the meters, and also with the building software. And I think we're close to it. And I wrote a couple of articles, or at least 3 articles back at the beginning of the year, and I've been holding off for the educational part until we actually have something that people can see. We're getting a lot of noise from people saying, "Oh, I thought that's already implemented." But so anyways, what we have is half our wholesale costs are based on the peak hour demand each month that Lions experiences. And right now, there's no economic incentive for people not to reduce their usage of that. So people come home, plug in their EVs, turn on their AC, and everything jacks up right during peak hours. And if we can incentivize those people who are willing to adjust their times, the town can save a lot of money, up to $50,000 a year. And so basically, town use more fairly allocates those costs to those users, when they use electricity. There's other reasons for that. We talked earlier about, batteries and solar people are more likely to use, plug in their EVs when the solar is generating. Or they're more likely to buy batteries, because it suddenly becomes cost effective to move their solar hours out to a different time. And so the last thing is, once we get the billing software, we'll change the billing so people will be able to see during the different peak hours how much electricity they use. We'll still have the original current rates in there, but then we'll give a kind of a grace period for people to be able to see that and evaluate how it's going to impact their bills themselves. And then we'll go forward with an ordinance change and actually implement it. I'm thinking in the off season, shoulder season. Most likely in the spring at this point in time, but we'll see. So that's, any questions?
Can you refresh your memory on what the peak hours are?
Yes, it's, the peak hours are 5 to 8. And then we got shoulder hours from 4 to 5, 8 to 9, that are half the price. So the peak hours are like 4 times the base rate, it goes from like 8 cents kilowatt hour, you put that in here, up to like 30 cents, and then drops down to like half that amount, around 20 cents now.
Definitely look forward to reading more education. I've heard a lot from residents who don't necessarily have the choice to do something earlier in the day or wait till late. So I'm curious how people handle those conversations.
Yeah, I think where you have to understand is those users right now are essentially getting a subsidy. And so you have to decide whether or not you want to continue subsidizing them, or maybe have some other means to subsidize them if they can't change. And there's things you can always do to adjust. It incentivizes you to invest in something more cost effective in the future. And so you may not be able to change your usage, but you could invest in a more efficient, say, air conditioner or heat pump. That would bring down your rates during those peak hours.
I'd love to see, when you're ready for the messaging, I'd love to see this message kind of go out, maybe with, sustainable futures, if you guys are open to it.
Sure.
There's just been lots of talk in that commission as well about how to handle these conversations, so I think a collaborative, message would look good.
No, but they have any help I can get. Jimmy, in keeping with the messaging that you want to get out there, I think it's important to know, and I believe you talked about this when we last talked about time of use, that when we get to peak hours, there are times when we are no longer green, when coal plants, fossil fuel plants have to kick in to take up the load. Is that the correct? That's the correct piece. Because what we got is, we're 100% green energy. That just means we have, renewable energy credits that offset all our energy. But when you look at it during the peaks, solar is not active. And so you don't always have a lot of hydroelectric and that too. So at these peaks, you're actually using basically, fossil fuels.
And so to Mariah's point about the peak hours, I'm the liaison with these guys now, because Mike's the mayor. And I did ask, because I have a lot of friends in business here in town with lots of refrigeration. So they were more nervous and worried about it. And then these guys explained they're already, because their business is kind of in a different, there is a rate scheme, right? So it's a little bit different. Can't turn off all your refrigerators.
Well, what you can do is, say, for instance, every refrigerator goes through a thaw cycle, where it defrosts itself. And everyone can adjust when that happens, to make sure it happens, during a non-peak hour. If you don't look at it, it'll just happen whenever.
You know, right now, they don't care when it happens, you know, if it happens at a peak hour, they're fine with that. But now there's an economic incentive to actually look at that and make sure their defrosting cycle happens during non-peak hours. Or they might want to invest in more efficient refrigeration units. But a lot of refrigeration units, you know, I don't think that's a big cost, you know, at least in my household, my refrigerator is probably one of the least costly, you know, electronic issues, you know, going on there. And a lot of it has to do with heating and cooling.
When I think, one point I was gonna say is, the goal though is to really be revenue neutral. This should not change how much money the town makes on electric, right? The rates of the off hours are going down. Now, they're not going down as much as the higher rate because of the way the actual usage turns out. But overall, it's gonna be neutral. So if we actually had a bunch of money coming in, then all the rates in the tiers could go down some, just to make sure after we do this that we know where we're at. But then, as Jim pointed out, you're actually paying for electricity at what it costs, because it costs more at that time. So if you are a user at that time, okay, if nobody changes their usage and all of a sudden we're up $50,000, then we could lower down the rates across the board. So then everyone's rate again would go back down some. But the goal is to say those who can change will change, and then we're doing better reducing the rate for the entire utility. So everyone starts to save money. And so their rates could again go down because of some people changing, reduce it by, instead of 50,000, let's say 25,000. But again, the overall goal is not to make any additional money. So it's not, it may just adjust who's paying for it, and you're paying for it at what it costs, just like those soccer tickets that were 1,000 or 5,000 or 10,000, depending on when you wanted to go and who.
And the other thing to understand is some of the studies I did earlier, and I can bring those back to the board. And I looked at the top 5 users, top 5 savers, and the top 5 losers. And even the top 5 losers, their rates aren't going up that substantially. Probably equivalent of how much Excel is increasing their rates, you know, this year. So it's not that big of a draw. And the other thing is, I know there are certain very vocal EDC members who come through, but if you look at, they were representing this as a business issue, you know. But if you look at, you know, most businesses actually benefit from this. It's only a handful that don't. And so, you know, don't necessarily listen to the most vocal users. Make sure you listen to all of them.
Definitely, and I would just love to see those reports again, just so that I feel more educated in sharing messages into it.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful to resend to the current board the more extensive breakdown of the effects of this that the prior board looked at.
And the studies,
Yeah,
the presentations you gave previously.
What I was thinking about doing is holding off until, you know, we're get to a point where we have something that update all the numbers. Where it's changed, and then we have a good number going forward rather than, you know, just sending you the old numbers. But I could send you the old numbers too, the old.
they give it with the caveat that they're no longer, the numbers themselves may no longer be totally accurate, but they do give a good picture of kind of how the effect is distributed among classes.
Okay, well, I'll send you the October 25 briefing, and I'll just send it to the bot email list. And so you have that represented before, and as always, you know, if you have any questions, feel free to get back to me.
And I believe the bills should be adjusted the end of this month, so the end of this billing period, but then you won't see that till you get the end of August billing, which will be for the month. 90%, 95 maybe, I've been pulling teeth.
Did not start it during the peak summer season on purpose.
Well, we're not ready.
So people can see that transition though. Instead of a huge jump.
Yeah, and when people start seeing the visibility of their actual usage, some of those concerns will go away, and then the people that are complaining, or have issues, then you're gonna be able to productive discussions when we're gonna be talking about what their bills actually do, not so it's just speculating at this point. So, they should improve. So streetlights, conversions to LEDs. A study done, this last year, I believe. And, also did a survey with the town, and there was a lot of feedback. People didn't want a lot of the lights that weren't working turned back on. And, so focus right now is to convert the 85 non-LED lights. And include photo cells that can be controlled by staff by Bluetooth. I won't be able to sit in an office and do it, but they'll be able to go out in proximity with the trustees. So if there are any issues, there won't be service calls to the contractor itself, whatnot. It estimated, I think we actually, we haven't paid. No, not yet, so. Okay. Estimated to be about $80,000 cost, and, our understanding is there's 40 electric fund and 40K from the general fund for that. And expecting energy and maintenance savings with an 8.7 year ROI. So mainly we're focused on saving the town money on electricity, and but also approaching it with the ability to control, turn them off, dim them, and there are some people that are very interested in the dark sky lighting and whatnot, so this provides some adaptability going forward. It doesn't do that across the board on all the lights, but the ones that are being replaced soon. I think it's money well spent to save energy now and provide some flexibility going forward.
We approved that as part of the budget process too. Is there any kind of a separate resolution or anything needed for approval of this one? Because the board is given the go ahead, basically.
Right, you'll see the contract, we're ready to go out to bid. But I did have, this was gonna be one of my additional follow-up during the general business or the direction. Is that, so the UEB has reviewed what was there, looked at it as going forward with what was talked about last year, just replacing the actual currently working lights that are not LEDs with LEDs. And that some discussion on whether it should be expanded out. This is what was budgeted, and so this was what was to move forward. But you may want this still to also go to other boards and commissions for their review. And so the discussion will be if the other boards and commissions decide they want something additional. My understanding would be that they would come present to the UEB, or sorry, to the Board of Trustees what they wanted. Some of those options might be. So you also have the ability to change out the current fixtures that are LED, lights are on, and they have LEDs. They may not be dimmable. Right, so we'll still have LEDs, but the new ones will be dimmable with the Bluetooth. The new ones will be dark sky. There are some that are out there. I don't know if half of the ones out there are already dark sky and probably dimmable. We won't know that unless we ask the contractor to do an additional portion of the project to go look at all the lights that are currently on, tell us how much it would cost for you to go replace those with dimmable or dark sky compliant. And then the other second additional possibility would be some of them we know are not dark sky. There are the lights by the post office that are the lamp post looking lights. Do you want to go even further and change out the entire post? And do you want the contractor to do that? So when we come and we get a bid, we can give that, but I didn't know if we should now be passing on what is being proposed to the other boards and commissions for them to review it now before I go out for a bid. So that'll be during general discussion. Do you want this to go to the board? Let the other boards come give what they want and try to put something into the bid? Or get a bid and then go back to have this discussed?
That's good. So what's the practical application of reducing the lumens, reducing one, the LED light? Is it, citizen complaint? Is it time of year? I mean, why would we do that? Why would they be adjusted? Just ask.
My understanding would be right, because of the public's concern about the brightness.
The brightness of LED, even though it has a different efficiency factor than the
Right.
sodium, they're bright, and so if you want them dimmable to a less.
Or dark sky compliant, I've always heard is also somewhat ecological, that the migratory bird paths are there.
Yeah.
All excellent points, and all points I agree with, but do these lights have to be adjusted singularly? Like you have to go around and
Yes.
that one and then that one?
But once it's set,
You're
yeah,
done.
it is set.
With the schedule, it was on me as folded.
Right, there are batches, Main Street, all of Main coming in is on 3 controllers that are grouped together.
Just like you do lights.
And what you'll find is halogen lights dim over time. And so when you replace a halogen light with an LED, all of a sudden it'll be all so much brighter at the same, supposed lumen.
Yeah, for sure.
And so you need to be able to have that capability to adjust that down. For to not upset people who live around it light. Plus, when you do that, when you adjust it down, or the LEDs, it's more cost effective because you're using less energy. So there's an environmental aspect to it also. And then having town staff to be able to do that, saves us from making a call to end line. And the cost of the call, like get done, we go up in a bucket truck or whatever to try to shield it and stuff like that.
Do we anticipate disagreements among neighbors of, sure, that's too bright, it really needs to dim it down, and it versus.
Of course,
It's affected by safety of my house, I can't see my front door anymore.
of course, we have it right now.
Yeah, we've had it in the past.
Another topic that for everyone who wants a light, there's one who wants no light, so.
We did have one neighborhood that's, we put in the lower ones, they are LEDs, but they are not the dark sky, they're a light, like the, what do we call, lamppost light. But putting in, a darker, a warmer light, the lower wattage, and hearing from the HOA president that they were in general happy. So
I think the
being
dimmability,
able to work it out.
no, it's a tough.
When you see the level of detail that went into this report and the maps, it's mind boggling. And I was telling them, we have one that got begun in front of my house, not right in front of my house, but where the bulb got taken, and I was like, is that thing still on? It is, by the way, it's back on again. So my neighborhood on the strip, they're like, turn that one off. It shines right in everyone's bedroom windows.
Any questions on street lights? There's stormwater, at least.
Stormwater. So discussing the flex on culvert repairs, upgrades, staff is waiting for funding for the repairs that were identified as high concern in the Martin report from June 2025.
So DOLA will need a commitment from the town for the match funding. And Director Eyestone will be presenting at the July 20th meeting during the budgeting. That proposal, which if is voted, is approved. I don't know exactly what the process is for her, but during the July 20th, you would give that, which could go to DOLA to then get the contract So we can at least review the contract because there are still some concerns about that funding and the loan. Coming up, and the UEB is not really involved in all the finance considerations. Yeah.
Well, is there a question about the source of the grant money?
Yes.
The grant was approved, whether it was federal or state?
Even with more details, Director Icestone has said it's still not clear. So she will be discussing that at the July.
The state is saying it is federal. But we're not convinced, there's no paperwork that we've seen that shows that, so it's state is saying federal. That's what they're telling us to do, but we want to be sure. Doing it correct.
Yeah. Second or Third Avenue is a pretty current topic, I'm sure that pretty much up to speed on that one. And sort of the same issues, staff working on grants and loans for that. Our understanding design is currently at 30%, and expecting 60% design next month.
What percentage of design do you have to reach in that one to make the final loan application?
You could make it earlier on. Initially, we thought we were gonna be able to include design in the funding. But they had advised that the more design you have, the more likely it is to be awarded because you're showing you are ready to construct. So we are looking to be at 90%. That one though, on the loan side of things, one, we had this concern with the grant and its effect on going to a loan and taking us out of enterprise status, the federal or state funding. But also, now the loan dates of submission, the last open date currently was was June. So we're looking at, to be able to get this in, may now be January. However, they may reopen the submissions so that their submissions in August, October, I don't remember, I thought there were 3 of them still, may be allowed to be this particular type of loan. There's different submissions based on the amount you need for a loan. So Director Icestone is going to discuss basically going above 3 million versus staying below 3 million. And we're open. Certain ones can be submitted anytime if you're a disadvantaged community, which we don't get to fall into based on the Boulder County stats. So a number of different items for just for submission dates on when you submit this particular loan.
So we'll discuss that at the workshop on the 20th.
Thank you.
Yeah, on the water side, you're aware that the currently under contract, they're replacing 2 pressure regulator valves, which are should be completed in September, and these are the last 2 remaining valves that survived the flood. Need to be replaced. So it's good news. And then we've been talking about the Apple Valley waterline assessment, potential project. I think I caught Aaron at the tail of his presentation talking about that. And just to make sure that pipeline integrity is there, and there's the town can rely on all that water we tank up there if it's needed. One thing, point out, I think our trustee Roll talking about the water quality when Aaron was talking about that. The treated water still is a chlorine residual that remains in the water, and that degrades over time. So when it sits in a tank and never comes out, that opens in water to contamination.
I guess my question on that is, even with a mixer, if you mix old water with new water, you're decreasing the stability base of all the water, right? But I guess if you're doing a constant mix, it doesn't make any difference.
I once had our water contractor, when it was Mr. Remy himself. He said he had a glass jar he carried around partially full of water, and he said, I'm renewing the O2 doing this. You know, I'm renewing all things to me.
Yeah.
He used to carry a glass jar and a mason jar filled with to shake it. He said that keeps it okay. All right. If you tell me so. Next
And,
up.
I just wanna thank Jim for all the work he's put in, the time that he's spent a lot of time on that, a lot of collaboration with Aaron. Trying to get the building going. Thank you for all this, Jim. Thank you.
I want to thank Jim for taking over. Nice to be term limited out.
Well, thank you.
I missed these questions when we were talking about the wastewater plant. I think at some point somebody had mentioned a second lagoon. We don't need that now.
Second, what?
Second
lagoon,
basin.
the basin,
The basin.
the outside,
It was an
Oh, or a third. There are two.
oh, there are two, okay, so third. And
It was not.
Thinking with the aeration,
we will need it, right?
the aeration improvements, and the splitter improvements, well, the loss pumps, that's probably the kind of make the biggest difference in that, right sizing the pumps that move.
Okay.
When it could be added, I don't remember what the cost was on that. There are a number of things we didn't, right? This was even just taking from the larger menu of
Oh, yeah.
all the different options, working out what's the best bang for the buck. And this is what we came up with. So you still could go back and look at that, but then you may change a bunch of the other characteristics. That was, I believe, also more of a concern for if we were getting the high volume of waste, the high, the strength instead of volume, but the high strength waste or the VOD. One of the things that doesn't get talked about is we talk about digestion. It was actually in the console report about this is the digestion, but we don't have digestion. And I asked them to change that so that it reads a little more clear. We don't officially have digestion because it has to sit there for like 60 days. I don't remember again the exact number to be considered digestion. So we are more doing with wasting of this sludge. So if you had another tank, now you could actually have something sitting longer even because you have all three of these. But we can get by without that. It looks like as long as we don't go through the roof on the high strength waste. And it looks like we won't, because Consor now has even found more confirmation based on some of the testing in places that we are putting our own high strength waste right back in the plant, causing some of our own problems.
So if we were only getting better digestion, if we had higher levels of VOD.
I wouldn't say only need, I think it's more of a concern, I think more digestion, again, not knowing the full engineering, but from what I understand is the press would actually work better if we had more. You could get even drier solids. We spent the $2 million, but how long would it take to get that back? And then, yes, that one is one where space is more of a concern. We'd have to go back and really look at the floodplain footprint and could we squeeze a basin? There was actually talk of, there's other basins underneath the plant that are used in the process, but I believe it was right water during some of the litigation was these basins originally were supposed to be much deeper than they were, and they said, oh, that's gonna be too expensive, just make them shallower.
It was when VOD was our main concern, that the basin was up front. That's probably what's changed, because the VOD is one. Yeah.
And now the $64,000 question. All of these improvements. We're gonna clear the path for Eastern Corridor expansion.
I mean, take all those.
Right. We need to do more.
Yeah, for the eastern corridor, we should be able to get by with just the aeration improvements. And it's not specifically added in the centrate relocation, which we are now looking at potentially not needing to do all the piping relocation. It's complicated, don't use full detail, but maybe we can move the meter to another location and just dig a vault. That'll be cheaper than all the new piping. But all you really need to, for the eastern corridor, what we were approved for, and then. It was 2017, was the aeration improvements and the centrate. And then you could go forward with the eastern corridor. That wouldn't help reduce costs at all of the plan.
Thank you.
So, this page adds up to 5.5 million, but the slide before it says we need 10.
No, that was the original down at the bottom, 5.5.
The 2024 estimate was 10.8.
JVA's big one.
And now they're
JVA
down to 5.5.
Consor, right? That was the wastewater plan with all of our various choices. And then it was, okay, we're not doing all of those, we're gonna reduce it, select only some of the things from JVA and Consor back in the forward.
This was,
But our congressman is based on.
JPA, remember, I projected population increases, volume increases, DOT strength increases. And that's what it would have cost if that's where we thought this was.
At that time.
Yeah, at that time, but
they also had recommended, a different type of treatment, brown membrane treatment process. It was really expensive. I think it's almost $3 million for that one item, I believe. And they had quite a few more steps in the process.
anything we learned?
Victoria, if you want help thinking about talking with Senator's office at the CVS request, I'm happy to.
I will, I just.
Might actually make it more favorable.
It might.
More.
Our percentage, that's what I should figure out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all the work that the EED does, and it's vital to what we do in this town, and what we do without this source of extra advice. But I didn't know we were paying a heck of a lot of money to outside consultants for the same advice we give on your piece, so thank you very much.
That's a great submission, thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome, guys.
Okay. Moving on to general business.
We have an appointment soon.
Oh, we love that. We'll go back up on one. Board commission report, yes, there's only one time, and that is, it's technically an appointment that Steve sends to the LG advisory board because he's been off of it for a while, but he's on it for many years, so in some ways, it's a real 1.7. I was going to do the appointment, so Steve sends to the technology advisory board. Even discussions this one, but we don't have time. I feel like there's a whole thing on your head.
That motion passes 2 minutes.
Now moving on to general business. First item has been taken care of. Item number 2 is discussion direction on the Stantec. The Stantec presentation was simply ran out of time at the prior meeting, but this was on the agenda. The prior board, as I recall, after its Stantec presentation, basically authorized going forward with the remediation work for town hall. On the room that had been tested above industrial screening standards. And the prior town board also found the proposed site plan for this property interesting, but financially challenging. That's what put that word. So since we didn't have this discussion from this board, I would open this item for board discussion.
Do we need any review?
Is everybody up to speed on where we were?
The presentation is in your packet, but I can put it up if that's helpful. I do have an appointment with Mr. Laney, the gentleman from Stantec, Wednesday this week. He said he would like to sit down after you guys make your decision tonight and start applying for whatever available funding is there. Depending on what you want to do, I just need formal direction.
With regard to the remediation on the building.
Yeah.
That's gonna go out as RFP.
It would unless, we go through the CDPHE grants, then they have a list of preferred vendors. And we can use those without having to do that. They're already vetted and, approved for this type of work.
So, so Stantec would be the CDBAG grant submittal,
They would work with us to submit it, yes.
and is that covered under their existing grant, or that's something we have to contract with them for?
No, I think if in any of their programs, if they have findings that are eligible for state funding, they kind of walk us through as a partner. If you recall, I think they said we have to enroll in that VCUP program, the voluntary cleanup program is the first step. And then CDPHE has different pots of money for different cleanup types, but with us being a public building, they said there would be different eligibilities. So I'll get more information from him Wednesday. I think really what we need to know is there an interest in just pursuing the sealing off of the current areas with that epoxy material and installing some air cleaning devices? Or do you want to look at a deeper remediation or any interest in talking about that area site plan, at this time, moving the building and all that thing?
So my memory serves, and I didn't get that copy from the other report that kind of wanted on the industrial hygiene data, but based on just the normal stuff, I think we all agree that sealing the floor where there's already a gap isn't gonna really get us bang for our buck. If we've got a gap down to ground, that's not helpful, but the air cleaning equipment will be enormously helpful. And we've proven that, and part of the reason all of that equipment got better and cheaper was because of COVID. So we do know how to clean air pretty well. So that would be my thing, like, what are we gonna tell you to pursue if we don't have the specific scope of work of what they're going to review?
You talking about larger plans with the 2 to 8?
No, I'm talking about sealing the floor in here where there's a gap in between the two pieces of.
Yeah, I'm talking about the epoxy.
Yeah, the epoxy.
So it's the one on the 45K? That was what the.
Well, there was also the piping to get down to groundwater level to pipe
Tours.
the toxic material out completely, so. It's just called the SEE systems.
Yes.
With horizontal piping, it's on the.
It says 175,000 cost for subslab depressurization system, is that what you're talking?
Yes. Let me see if I can show.
Is that that? Yeah, let's get clear on what that.
Yeah, let me look here.
discussing.
Share stuff. I have it here, we can share it. Yeah. Not yet, there it is. Okay. There were a couple of options, let me see if I can make it bigger. One more maybe. Okay, so here's your short-term mitigation. Yep, here starts. So short-term mitigation was treat the slab with a vapor retardant, seal cracks, prevent off-gassing and increase ventilation. Second was install air purifying pumps. And Trustee Williams did bring one by that he said he had purchased, and we've been using it in the hallway.
So those two are separate, they're not.
Two measures, but he said together, well, as Mayor Pro Tem is saying, a part of town hall, the off past the half door does have a subfloor and a subgrade. The epoxy will work in that area, but the area under the restroom and the bathroom is what she's saying. It's not going to work there. So They were recommending 1 and 2 together. And then they give examples of the unit. This unit at the bottom is what trustee Williams had available for us to try. And I mean, I can't tell if it's working, so I don't know studies, but we never really smelled it in the hallway. That's where we're using it right now. And then we have this slab treatment. That takes 28 days to cure. Oh, that's the same thing. That's the same thing. It's just costs. Then there's this vapor mitigation systems. Sub-slab depressurization. Horizontal piping. That one was very expensive, 350,000.
But that's for something that's 2 times the size of what we need, so.
Yep,
It's not permanent. So when we have ground
Here's a
contamination
picture
like
of
this,
it.
it's just like, you know, it's late brownfield territory. It's not, typically, it's not causing direct problems, even though. That's what I saw.
and this was an example of another town hall.
So is there like another option you're aware of that would do more than what
This
the sealant would do, but be better than,
Yeah,
uh,
I guess we haven't really gone down that road on where the specific,
There you go.
so we moved the person out of the room. Read the map room. That isn't that part of the buildings. The proposal wasn't to seal the entire floor of this town hall.
So just that area.
right, but you're saying that that's not even going to,
Where is-
there's a gap?
Might not be, it might be. That's where they didn't provide us information. Yeah.
That's, we could use the air system. I think they're saying epoxy the whole thing if you can. It doesn't hurt to,
Okay,
but that's not taking care of the issue
yeah,
in the subfloor area of the bathroom and kitchen or outside the building. You know, it's not taking care of any of the issues of this going in the soil toward the river. This is just taking care of the people within the building.
I'm definitely more in favor of a longer term solution. And pursuing other options if that's what's necessary. It sounds like. I don't feel convinced by either, I guess. I was in favor of this like horizontal piping situation, but if that's not. As effective as. Or maybe perceiving it to be, then.
Well, if there's specific questions you want me to ask, or Mayor Pro Tem, if you want to meet with us, you're welcome to. He is not the person who does this, he oversees the contracts. You know, this was all done by professionals that, you know, gave the recommendations, but that's not him, he's doing the contracting.
So,
Trustee Swartz.
thank you. So option 1 and 2,
Mm-hmm,
$50,000 of the range that they listed.
right here.
Are there grants for that?
Well, from what they had said, it didn't appear so, you know, in that last slide, it said the funding sources. Right here, it said, revolving loan fund, tax credits and the voluntary cleanup. But then when he wrote, he said he was gonna be in the area, could I meet with him Wednesday? He may have a grant we could apply for as a public entity.
It seems like that's.
You know, us in grants.
If we don't,
Yeah.
If we want to plan for a worst case scenario, if we all agree to do 1 and 2, would that be something we would discuss as we think budget for?
Oh, sure, I just need direction on what to pursue, and you can have a long, short-term and a long-term strategy.
Yes.
The board, prior boards ended up, I think, fairly unanimously of do the slab treatment, do the air purifying units, and then retest and see if we still have a problem. And if we still have a problem, then we look at this. That step, what they wanted to do, basically the $60,000 option is to see if that took care of the problem, the physical test. That's where I came out, that's where I remain on that. And if there's a grant for that, great. If there's not, we can find a way to budget for that.
And it could be that like an environmental remediation grant would require us to do fix first and retest to see you're not exposing people. And this stuff isn't just like flying around in groundwater, that's all of these chemicals. They have different weights and preferences and they're usually just sitting there. So it's the VOCs that are actually reacting and coming up, and they're the light ones that are coming to the building. It's not any of the heavy stuff. So the basic oil spill was just a migrator. She put it waiting where it's gonna be sitting here since the 1930s. So we're gonna get
I think my first concern is obviously the people in the building, the staff, you have to take care of them. And if I know when we had this presentation. They kind of described this as a Band-Aid, and I think that's what we're doing. We have to just kind of own that we're doing a Band-Aid, but it's a Band-Aid so that the people that work for our town can be healthier. We do have to sort of acknowledge that there's probably someday going to be something else we need to do about this. We can't kick the can down the road forever, but it seems reasonable to start with. I mean, I'd be curious to know more specifics about what the other options might look like if slab and air purifying units don't turn out to be effective, just to kind of know, to be able to think about that in the future and plan ahead. But I think at a minimum, we should do everything we can to protect these people now. And then think about what else might be, if the testing shows that this really isn't that effective. Then we do need to do more, sort of a more of a period.
Just the old.
No, I really do, I thought the proximity nuclear plant units then we test. Will go through. Sorry to understand why.
Okay.
All right, I'll meet with him.
Question, is there also a decision about direction on this site plan for Festival Street and all that? What's,
Not necessarily tonight, we didn't advertise it that way,
okay,
but if the discussion of town hall, if anyone was so inclined to lean that direction to do the cleanup of the site, then that would bring that in. But right now, it sounds like we're interested. If you have any feedback you want to give them on it, I'm happy to, if, you know, it's kind of an interesting concept or.
it'd be cool to just like take that idea of some more situations, just like play around with it.
Oh. I think there's a few that
Not
might,
necessarily the like cleanup part, you don't have to get that great, but like, we don't have to move the whole
just a little,
building, but just like the idea of utilizing this street is really interesting to me. Doesn't have to include all the bells and whistles and site plan, but what would it look like to make this a more active public engagement area?
Some of the boards and commissions would be very interested in being a part of it. I would be
Definitely, yeah.
Board and commission.
well, in the housing group would be interested in the housing part of it, so.
I think that might be.
It is kind of, I mean, we don't have a, you know, right now, we are still kind of dealing with short-term goals we have, and it would be nice to start getting some dreaming out there a little longer term for some of our groups. Just to spur their conversations if they need something, but
Yeah, I agree with that. I get it, that we have a lot of expensive other priorities that, when we have our retreat, we'll get more focused on, but I'd hate to, personally, I think this is exciting and I don't wanna just lose, sight of this thing. So,
By the end, just what I discussed before, it's an interesting concept. The cost is factor number one. I don't see the town hall as a top priority, but it would be nice to have. We don't need it for space reasons. There are a couple of other issues that immediately come to mind. One is this property is also municipal. Residential use of municipal property isn't allowed, so you have to rezone. Would that be a spot zoning? Somebody goes to, I don't know. For those who weren't around or haven't read about it, I was almost here, like in 2007, there was a mixed use proposal for a new town hall with residential, but also had some commercial. It was very controversial. It went to the voters and it was defeated by 6+%. So there's some history about redoing the new town hall with the presidential that didn't go well, but it's almost 20 years ago now. So.
That's good.
Remember? All right. Okay, very good.
Okay.
That's general business item. I assume we want to push through since only a couple, right? Is, discussion direction on procedure for a citizen agenda request. Kind of administrator want to kind of review the history of this.
Sure, we can take a stab at it. It was in your last,
Yeah.
admin report. Right now, when someone, I'm just gonna say someone that isn't always a resident or a citizen or whatever. When someone from the public has a request that, they're either not, they want to bring in front of the board. We have a one-page form that they fill out. That goes to the mayor and administrator at their agenda setting to decide. When and if that item's appropriate for the board. Because there are some other avenues for people if it's actually more of a. Let's say it's an issue the staff have said yes or no to, and they want to appeal that to the board. That's a different procedure. But if someone has a topic that they want to bring forward, that's not on the agenda. That's how it's handled right now. We have updated that form. It is now electronic to be filled out, can be easily submitted. But we tend to get, it goes in spurts. I mean, like we've had probably 3 to 5 this year already. Some years it's just one whole year. It just depends. So, to be consistent with how those should be handled instead of just the mayor and I making that decision. We asked for a discussion on how do we handle those? And, if we want to update our procedures on what we're currently doing.
There was kind of a disconnect, and this came up in prior reports as well, that we finally came up with a procedure that if a trustee has an agenda request that's made in a meeting, or can
Yes.
make by email or to the mayor, and it would go on agenda with like a maximum of 3 meetings. It was 4, I think we made it 3, 2 to 3 or 4, now I can't remember which, so the trustee's agenda request would eventually be presented. But we had situations where citizens would come in, file their own agenda request and expect it to be on the next agenda.
They expect
So
the next, next.
it's actually almost like citizen agenda request get priority over board agenda request. And one reason for the delays on board agenda request, trustee agenda request is often they require some research by the town staff, or they might particularly fall within the jurisdiction of a given town board or commission. We might want to send it to them first, suggest they start there. But if individual citizens, and sometimes it's like you say, it's not even citizens, it's people who don't live in lines, may have business interests, and come in and say, I want to talk to the board at the next meeting about this. Should that jump to the front of the priority line? In my opinion, was better, there needs to be some sort of review process. Either the mayor and town administrator bring it to the whole board, kind of like you do trustee agenda request. We've had a citizen agenda request on this. Is this something that the board as a whole thinks is worth taking up in short order? Or would the board want to delegate the authority if it obviously relates to a particular item? Utilities question, so that do we have the authority to send it to that board or commissioner first before it comes directly to the board? And they kind of cover a broad waterfront, so some of them fall in the category, some of them don't. Often they're particular things about some person's individual property.
Yeah. Like for example,
That comes forward.
So
we don't consider them a
emails all the time.
A good example is like right now, the, Mr. The gentleman who has one in right now. Chilson. He wants to discuss a property, but we're in the middle of some legal action. And so, we plan to put him on in July, but, that now probably should be set back till some other issues are discussed. We don't know, so that's a good example of. If there's something you guys know is occurring that could impact that discussion. You may want to wait a while. So usually though, the administrator and mayor know basically what's on the upcoming.
Was the board almost referred to the
Yeah.
board to see those when they come in? So if a board member, for example, sees the citizen agenda request, says, oh, that's something I hadn't thought of, that's a really good idea, I'd like to make a request to the board member, then you could kick in the procedure for board members to get.
That's good. Because we might also have some chitter chatter in the back of our head around whatever topic it is, because, oh,
And
that's getting escalated.
expand the topic further.
So right now, you two are the arbiter for citizens requesting. So you said 3 to 5 already in this term,
Yeah.
This term for the whole.
No, this year, this
Yeah.
calendar year.
previous term?
It varies. I'd say the average is really just probably 2 or 3 in a year.
Right, and we've even had one like D, submitted it, talked with staff, never mind, I don't need it. Or-
Yeah,
so
we've
it's
had a
just-
whole two.
And sometimes that's all it takes, oh, I talked with Aaron or Victoria, I got the
Yeah.
answer.
Or sometimes they submit them not knowing it can be dealt with at the staff level, and really don't have to bring them to you.
So we need to make the decision to not for the agenda item. You contact these people and share.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
You get any pushback on them?
No, not unless, you know, they may say I have a vacation that weekend or something, can you move to the next one? But, they're all just very individual. You know, sometimes it's a land use issue that really you guys can't make a decision on, it needs to be staff. Oh, we always, yeah, we're in touch with them, we're in touch to say that's not gonna be on the next agenda, it's already very full. The mayor said, you know, we'll look at the next one. And then the next one, we found out, you know, now we have a legal thing, it's like, that might.
Yeah, it's difficult to bring that on in litigation pending somebody's contesting whether it's even our property or not, for us to start talking about what we do with our property. There's in response
Yeah.
to citizen requests, it would put us in an awkward position.
The other thing is, now that it's, they used to have to call the clerk to get a form. Because now that it's electronic, people could submit them for things that are just not appropriate at all to take your time on the agenda that could just be dealt with. I think that could be, you know, they just say, I want to talk to the whole board about something where it's really not that type of a thing. It's something you need to visit over coffee with a couple of you or.
Some of these things, do they easily handle running this business?
Yeah, some of them,
So the question before us tonight is whether we would want you two
yes,
to be the arbiters or whether we all want to see it before we respond.
but you can't make a decision.
It's like the way the system's going now, because I think we all have to take a look at it, coordinate our response versus sitting in.
You get coordinated response outside of the meeting.
No, I think that's, I mean, you're gonna, when I say a coordinated response, if you send to the question, it just seems kind of, convoluted and time consuming. Person needs a proper response on it, that's a. Everybody, they want to come in and talk to us, it's on this business.
What about handling it more like, the people that apply via boards and commissions, where we're just getting it, and you're saying at the top of the email, no response needed. And then that way we're all aware of it, and then if it percolates up for some reason, you call these two. To say, oh, this is more timely.
Yeah, any trustee can always contact the mayor and the town administrator and say, I think this is a relevant timely issue, please put it on the agenda, then it becomes a trustee agenda request.
I think the idea of an initial vetting for things that can obviously be dealt with here, why don't you talk to whoever, get those up, we don't need to see those, but ones that might actually be legitimate and relevant for putting on the agenda, I think it is better for more members to be part of that process, that makes it a more robust and inclusive process.
Yeah, like letting that be a follow-up after the vetting, the fielding has been handled by you guys, if it ever actually makes it to.
Seems to me we probably need, if we're gonna do that, we probably need a disclaimer on the form that said, that basically describes the process. Citizen agenda requests are, initially reviewed by the mayor and town administrator and are shared with the board of trustees. Where the administrator make the initial determination of whether to go forward. And are also subject to trustee input or something like that. Basically it's kind of like a disclaimer that just because you file this doesn't mean you're on the next meeting's agenda. Which
But-
I think there was some misunderstanding occasionally about there.
But then also disclaimer, because that just sounds like you're throwing them up. You should also have a disclaimer that says some things are handled by town staff.
Right.
Never need to make it to.
I think it will be addressed, it's just,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we have a process to put anybody who comes here to talk before us, that they get on the agenda before the stuff that we just need to talk about, so that they're not here till midnight? So if you have somebody that's,
I guess business.
well, I guess, but unless, I don't know,
public hearings and.
You mean like tonight with Leaf? They
yeah,
were on, they had an agenda request,
Yeah.
they asked, I get
Yeah,
it.
agenda requests are usually the first item on general business. The protocol for how that is, and you guys have now adopted it as your order of business,
it's a lot of mays and shoulds.
is
I read
that
it.
second readings and public hearings go first.
Yes,
You know, that's the top item of business because it's been advertised, whatever. Then general business, we do have the ability, of course, that's what we do on our Monday meetings, is determine the order that's most appropriate. For that, and so in this case, we did put their request first under general business, but
If they had asked for the meeting, then we
should someone,
care of that.
like, if this was an agenda request from an individual, should an individual's request be more important than public business?
but could it be before the consent agenda? I mean, I think people get exasperated when they see these long
Of
things,
course.
and they're like, oh, I'm gonna be at 11 p.m. based on the place it is on.
Well, that's why I think you have the ability at the beginning to change that agenda request if any of you've gotten it or see it. But I have a hard time knowing that, cause I know who. We have some pending agenda requests that people have said, I think I'm going to file one. And that should not consume the public's time.
No, I have a problem with putting, for mostly individual people's issues or the property issues ahead of, one of these that have like a couple impact, that would fish it on there.
That's where that discretion comes at our agenda.
Oh, yeah, I guess you're right there, but I mean, we do have a great example of things that did impact a lot of us. The whole Boulder County crazy bike proposal and things like that, perhaps we should.
Well, I think we
That came from a
do
board.
a good job with that. When the house is full, you guys have said, let's
Right.
move that item.
No, if there have been 15 people here about a public item earlier in the agenda, I would have suggested moving that or two from, but she's not.
Every meeting, everything's so different.
Okay, I think we could add a disclaimer to the form that says this will be how it's gonna be reviewed. Share them with the trustees and the mayor, the town administrator will kind of make a condition for termination. Maybe
There's no problem.
suggest to the submitter. And another suggestion would I often make to people who contact me, that I have to work into this. Okay, your request involves something that the EDC has talked about before, might be interested in. I suggest you go talk to the EDC first instead of coming to the board and saying, oh, that forms with the EDC. Won't you start with the citizen board information and get there? And but then if they agree with you, then you're gonna have more weight behind your request. Okay. That's just something that it kind of evolved over time. I don't think the board ever talked about how to handle it. Uncertain about what the procedure was.
Yeah, I think the important thing is if we send these to you, do not reply all, of course, just either give the mayor or me your feedback on it. So that we don't get into situations or should be.
And then the last item, under general business is discussion direction on the workshop things about utilities orientation.
Yes.
Any discussion and comments that the trustees wish to make? Christine McCurry.
Night, Gil.
In response to the street lighting. Just really curious to know more and learn more about like. Who, like, I guess, would it go out for like RFP RFP for that, or is that something that you guys would just change?
It's already.
It'd be an invitation for bid, because it's just to do the specifics, with a slight difference, right? We wouldn't need a proposal with what would be done. The study, again, if I tried to mention it, I don't know if I got it out there, the utilities page on the website, there is all the studies that we've had, so the streetlight study there, if you wanted details from that. But then the current proposal is for us to go out with just a simple bid to say, what are you going to charge us to replace the 85 lights with these type of lights, with the ones that need a new fixture, this type of fixture. And then they'll come back and tell us. So it makes it very simple and easy that they come in and give us the bids.
It's a bid, no proposal.
If we need to change something, it would be, one, I thought we wanted to go out to the boards and commission. But if they start wanting changes, you want them to come to you to request additional funding from some source, or how that would work.
I feel like it would be beneficial to at least talk with PRC, since they are the ones working on the dark sky proposal. And I just had no idea that we were working on this, and that's really cool. I talked at great length with just a company that was tabling at CML, and they're called Mountain States Lighting. And they do all kinds of stuff like this, and I thought that was cool, and I was gonna bring that to you all, and you're already way ahead of me, so that's exciting.
Yeah, the PRC thing is kind of complex, because they have one group working on dark skies and one working on lighting up ball fields. And it's like, oh boy, this is.
Let's go to security.
And it's a.
No, but I think, PRC and the ecology board probably start to see these.
SFC.
Yeah, I don't anticipate much changes from what you're proposing, but they will certainly be aware of it.
So
Yeah,
my thought was, I would advise as liaison that the UEB, or I guess it's even a staff function, to send it to the other boards. Here's what the proposal is to go out for an IFB for this. If you want to discuss it at your meeting, you advise your liaison of something.
And invite you guys. Yeah, this is this is one of our challenges with timing between boards and things is. You know, you have lots of questions about why did they choose what they chose to do. Where that action has been taken. But now it's just getting the bids for it. But over time, people's opinions change, people's viewpoints change.
Prices change.
It's, do you want to revisit the whole thing, or do you just want us to educate what the plan is?
This plan was, this has been discussed by the UED for years.
Years. Yeah.
And that report was extremely detailed, and we're kind of. I view this as being at the end of the process of, here's what they came up with after. Session. And it's probably now that the UED is kind of developed a proposed plan, it's time to share it together. And there's been some input along the way from dark sky people, it's not just their approach to HT, but now that the UED is kind of coalesced around what they want to do, so we need to share it with the other. What's in commission?
But I will say, when I brought up dark skies at my first meeting at the UAP with this report, and it's like, okay, there's not money for that, but when we talk about budget, we should put that in there for the next budget to do more for the dark skies stuff. This isn't doing very much, right? It's something.
And so that is policy, that there's a much bigger concern on dark sky with the policy of security and other issues. Whereas currently, when the UEB reviewed it, and the proposal did have different selections, there were 3 or 4 different choices of what you wanted to do. This one does keep most of the status quo on the policy, which is those who didn't want lights don't have it, those who wanted lights get a majority of your neighborhood, and even that is not the best, but that's what we have now. So this would move forward with the project as it is, and then we could see what the dimming does. And maybe that changes people's perception of, oh, maybe we are okay with lights. They're not as bad as we thought if they're kept dim. So maybe some of the safety concerns are addressed. Maybe they're not, and they'll get rid of everything. I don't know. I'll propose it.
So, working on my little report from what I gleaned from CML, I was hoping to have it ready for this meeting and I just didn't have the time. So apologies, but what I wanted to share in relation to that is there's this awesome spectrum of participation graph that I took a picture of. And I think it will be really helpful in having how we speak not only to the public, but how we also speak with other boards and commissions. So I think we could utilize this when you guys send this out to other boards and commissions and just have it be either under like an inform or consult position rather than a whole involve, collaborate out, like it's like this lower end of participation. It's informing what's happening, it's asking to maybe assist on messaging with the public. Yeah.
So
So rather
something
than-
you would send to staff to,
They're gonna do a presentation and.
Yeah, I'm working on more info, but in the short term, I'm happy to send just this like spectrum of participation.
I just
In dark
see it
sky.
had probably go through. That's all, if you wanna just say to do that, I'm fine with it, but it's up to the rest of you as a whole board. Or do I just get the email out on this? Wait. We're changing it. I was ready to say here, these other boards, here's what's going on whenever your next meeting is. You can review it. Or I can, yeah.
Yeah. I would say. It seems like it's at a review point. There's a fiscal constraint. I think it's not helpful. If folks start to think we're redesigning the whole thing and then there's competing interests. So let's just be clear about what's on the table and what's off the table. And what we need help with, like communicating the plan and maybe ideas for phase 2 or next round after we learn. But that we're not asking for a whole new round of input on the initial idea.
You may get it anyway, but I won't.
I know we're not gonna change it.
That liaisons of those chairs facilitate that conversation again with what's on and what's off the table.
And I think that Amy's speech right now is what Aaron Victoria would have said something board months ago.
Yeah.
Hey, a lot of these decisions have been made.
Aren't there sufficient direction on that?
Yep, that one's good.
Was there other?
One thing I would add from the utilities portion of that discussion is, I would like to see the Apple Valley water line study done this year.
Yep.
Budgeted that in the past. Those of you who don't know, the Apple Valley water line is 50+ years old. It's well connected, maintained. You know, the Apple Valley Road to the rest of the water system. Yes, we need something, we sprung another leak. We could get by with that for a while, then a fair summation from what you've told us in the past, but because there have been leaks in the past, it would be a major project. It's part of the line was replaced after the flood, and part of it's still 50 years old. It'd be a major expenditure to replace the rest of it. We don't really know what shape the rest of it is in. It's the section that brought it before was, instead of being properly bedded and loose material, was bedded on sandstone ones. Not privately part of the problem, whether that's true. The rest of the unreplaced portion of the line, we don't know, but I would like to see that.
And that is in the works. We are talking to the town engineer, and that's the next item to go out. And to some extent, though, it was also, we mentioned the Apple Valley as area of concern. But you may notice the 100,000, so I was trying to set aside, just as we do with the electric, 100,000 a year for capital. This was 100,000 for capital. I would like to see how much, maybe we can get the entire system studied and a whole review of, here's the worst part of your system, here's the medium, a scale. Let's find out what exactly they can do and can do. I haven't looked into that, so that's what Engineer Doles is starting to work on. To see how much we can get for that 100,000 that's been budgeted. Apple Valley has to be evaluated at least, but then if we can keep going and evaluate more, we have 100,000 that we can try to get. And again, hopefully you get a contract. You know, let's say a few months, hopefully we're at least going out for that project. That's the next one up to go out for bid with the UEP and us.
How was that survey done?
What survey?
The water survey.
How would they do it? Well, right, there is sonar items. We haven't done anything yet.
No, it's audio, they listened.
I think there are some you could go out and do where they actually put probes in. I started looking at some. I don't know that that's what we really want to get into. But that's what we need to find out more of. What's the best option here for us? Some of it was we have reviewed newer PVC pipe, for the most part, is pretty good. Vetting procedures are, so one of the first indicators is just the age, because in previous times, they weren't focused as much on vetting. They were using the steel that can break easier. So then building on that, that's what we need to find out, is what exactly would be done. For me, then there was also as we do development project, as they come in, and I'm asked on the utility side, or do we focus on continuing to try to get additional, or maybe some of it was just making you aware of the pushback you're gonna get from development when they request projects. So how much, I don't wanna keep telling developers, like somebody who says I would underground the lines and then they can't, that you need to do that if we think it's not. I know we're not showing our hand with what we can and can't do from a development perspective, but is the focus on getting some development because we haven't seen any? We're gonna start to get some with the eastern corridor. There's permission for the lot subdivision that's come out. So if any of the projects out there start to move forward, you're already hearing some discussion on what developers can and can't do.
Trustee Schwartz?
Yeah, I heard you say earlier, and I've been thinking about it, do you have direction on like negotiate a little bit, medium, or, I think it just depends on each project, so what's the revenue that's gonna come to the town from the project, is the resident, it's gonna be so different in each case, it's hard to say one level for any single project. I think I would look to you for a recommendation on what is the return on investment gonna be for the reduction in fees? What revenue are we gonna project and how long will it take to get to a break even point that like, does it pass the sniff test for you and the rest of the staff? That would be my feedback, cause I think you do, thank you for bringing it up, it's happening everywhere. Development is supposed to pay its own way in Colorado, but it is becoming a barrier to, for example, the hotel, right? So the most expensive hotel room, somebody told me, is an empty hotel room, right? The most expensive hotel site is an empty one for 5 more years, so there's this trade-off that we have to think really thoughtfully about.
Yeah. A specific example about underground electric lines, until we solve the problem of how do we do the service lines for everybody, we haven't solved that problem. I can't see holding of a particular development because that's our problem to solve. It's not that particular development. And certainly what Trustee Schwartz says is correct. Something like that in terms of the return on investment to the town, the taxes that we produce, to hold that up, because 3 other people in that block wouldn't agree to pay for their service lines. It would make no sense whatsoever. I think it is really project by project dependent.
Or that's a good one specifically to go on. All the service, that line going from 4th to 3rd, those services are in Winters Plaza, are already undergrounded. Do we try to work it out to say, okay, if you underground from Fourth over to the edge of your building and pull a guy wire, you're gonna get your section down. Whereas for 50% more, it's gonna really work out better to get all the way over to Third. Do I stick with, I think you need to go from a utility perspective, see what I would say, or the utility board is gonna look at it too and give their input. We think you need to get over to the triangle with your undergrounding. And if it's 300,000 instead of 100,000, then so be it. And if you want something different, come to the board and ask them. And they can turn around and say, okay, we'll accept pulling a couple guy lines into this parking lot, whatever other considerations need to be done to help reduce the cost. So I can start at the high end and let them come to you for it. All right, but that's the example. Would you just stop with whatever they need to do just for theirs? Because we are seeing it as so tough. The hotel has had a tough time, the 402 Main Street had a tough time. Do we just get them in there and say, yes, do whatever you have to do for some of these projects?
I agree with trustee Schwartz, it's a project by project, those are key projects, one Anchorage downtown, one to do revenue producer. But if somebody comes along with a similar proposal to do a self-storage warehouse on the eastern corridor, I'm not inclined, I wouldn't be inclined to bend over backwards to do that, yeah.
That's why you pay me the big bucks.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. That works.
Is the UED gonna try to take a look at the underground service lines issue? And I guess the EDC's looked at it before. The EDC looked at it in the form of three-phase power for downtown, and there were different viewpoints on that in the EDC, and they never came up with a clear position on that as a commission, which is kind of strange. You would think, and I thought as the liaison at the time, that it was odd for the Economic Vitality Commission that it focuses on the whole town, but it focuses a lot on downtown, to not be strongly in support of the need to get three-phase power so we can get modern businesses downtown. But there were individual businesses there, oh, we're gonna pay for that service line, so it's, that problem is, as long as we've been budgeting $100,000 a year for undergrounding, as you say, if we're gonna continue to do that, that's a problem we've got to figure out a way to solve.
Three-phase?
Yeah, not the three-phase, the actual undergrounding, that was just an example of, what do you do when you have one property owner that says, I don't wanna pay for my service line, and we have a policy of the town taxpayers shouldn't pay for that service line, but that holds up a whole downtown block.
Yes, and yes.
Or a residential block in the case of Ewald.
I proposed to the UEB to try to look into this more. It's something to get on their agenda when they can.
What do other towns and cities do on that? There's gotta be a way to deal with, one property owner among either residential or commercial block from blocking the whole undergrounding process.
I had hoped to talk to one community, a mean community in Iowa has been doing that. I didn't get to make it to the last one. I won't get to make it to the other one, both kids' college live trip, but maybe I can find out more. I've asked Mean to talk to them. They didn't know a whole lot. That was just one community. I mentioned the possibility and discussed it with Attorney Dittman and the UEB, but at a really high level, do we have a charge for overhead? Services have to pay a surcharge because they're overhead, they're a wildfire concern. There is.
Or the possibility of the town doing
Yeah,
the money and recovering it over time
Yeah.
as a surcharge to somebody's utility bill.
yeah.
With it.
I can tell you this is a problem everywhere, right? Particularly as people want to do more underground services for wildfire reasons, but also just, beautification, cleaning up right away. It's a sticky challenge for everybody. The people that I know have done some version of this, it usually does get socialized over the entire cost of the system, right? Or the municipality or the utility fronts the money, and then it's paid off over time through rates. Other than that, it gets complicated, and there may be ideas out there, but there's no model or silver bullet for fixing this issue.
Because newer developments already have it, and so,
Yep.
they've already paid for it with their lots and things, and should they be The rest.
Yeah. I mean, there's a decent argument that there's a benefit to the entire system, the more the distribution system is undergrounded. So I don't think it's necessarily like a an equity issue. But you know, I think people certainly raise that concern.
I have one other question for direction on that I didn't really get to bring up before we got cut off sort of at the end of the presentation. Very small one and more maybe just advising you. I was looking at the pump station out east because we need to trim some of the cottonwood trees. And there are 6, I don't know if they're 6, 8-inch junipers right out in front. And if we're junking the junipers, should the town do that, we're gonna have to get a contractor, and so maybe I think it'd still be in what would be my purview, under 5,000 is up to the director's discretion. But I had to replace a window at the high service pump station because it broke, so I'm already over my $2,000 that I budgeted there, because we haven't done a lot in the past, so just sort of making you aware, unless there is a big concern that, oh, you shouldn't be doing this. And again, trying to be as transparent as possible, that I would go out and see if we can get a contractor to take out those junipers. It's under 5,000. I think Longmont may be doing some tree work for their project, and while I won't ask them for it, maybe I can use their contractor at a cheaper cost. It's under 5,000.
That's an operational thing.
Right.
Between you and I, the board doesn't need that.
Well, next year, we're in the Snyder unit.
Just when you see 10,000 on the 2,000 budget.
Why don't
item,
our guys just chop them down?
I don't know if they can do that, but we can
They
see.
hard up against the wall.
With a few feet.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
This was in your discretion and it's.
If there's a budget shortfall, we're gonna talk about budget next week.
For that, I don't know if it's reality, but anyway. It's possible.
He's just saying his
Just
line
as it
item.
comes up, yeah.
It'll be more than his line
I
item
made
has.
that error.
We can charge that to all sorts of departments because all of them use that building. I just spread it out.
You should take before and after pictures so we get some credit for our wildfire.
There you go.
See, both are off our partners. No, match. Okay, trustee reports, right, and I'll say before we get this done, we talked today about having a workshop session for soon, there'll be a presentation.
That's great. Yeah, I don't have anything for my other boards and commissions that I actually liaison for. Nothing has met since. So my big piece will be CML, but I would like to do that more formally. A report, like a presentation, so save everybody's ears tonight.
Just so you know, our next workshop that we could devote some serious time to it was the second one in August 22nd, if that gives you more time to coordinate to it.
That's great.
Okay, if you want to plan for that, that's
Yeah,
our
I'll plan for that, if that's cool, and yeah.
I've got a CML rated on, I'd like to put on the thing.
Trust me, it will come quickly.
I do go wondering, because there are some ideas from all of this that I would like to start planting the seeds with the commissions I liaison for, and wanted to make sure that I go about that appropriately. You know, if there was like a process that I done there.
Think you can share anything you learned and just let them know you're gonna talk with the board on the 22nd.
So my board updates were given by Bill Sparks. And by the UEZ and our friends here, and Dr. Cog has not met, we canceled their meeting. And just been busy, and I have a lot of things on the calendar, and as we all should, for all the fun that we're gonna have this summer with out and about with our festivals and our hoot nanny and our, you know, interactions with our community.
Yeah, I also attended 2 out of the 3 days at CML and came away with a couple of ideas, new impressions. Interesting discussion between Kevin Balmer, who's the director of the CNL and Governor Polis, not seen eye to eye many times in the past. Still don't have pleasant discussion and, as you said earlier, Trustee Schwartz, it'll be interesting to see what the new governor has to say and do with respect to municipalities and whether we'll see the same thing that we've seen in the last few years, which is executive orders that go beyond even what the legislature has done, in terms of bringing local control in some areas, governor policies, some things that a lot of municipalities are still challenging in court. And, there was no resolution from that discussion at CML, but those issues are out there and they'll change a lot with it. The other commissions, LAHC, what the LAHC has been working on, that long list was in the administrator's report, so I would refer to that. And the students are talking about trying to have a meeting sometime this summer, but haven't had it set yet. So.
The ecology board met and they didn't have a quorum. So it's good that Steve was appointed tonight. I think there's also another application and we asked you anything else on the station. Right, it was a guy who was on the station.
Yeah.
So let's begin.
Okay, planning commission met on the 22nd, and you saw their recommendations at special meeting last week on the sub and short-term rental. I think they'll meet again 2 times July, not 100% sure, but I'll stay tuned. I'll give this in a report when we do that workshop in August. Sounds like we're working on a date for our board retreat, maybe.
Now it will be August because Trustee Williams is gone.
Yep, okay, so I heard we're gonna get a polling from.
You're gonna get a polling, and right now, if you would like to check your calendars, I'm meeting with the facilitator later this week. To see, but we're looking, what would August 22nd, 9 AM to noon. So
Great.
I'll send that out as
Thank
well,
you.
but I haven't confirmed that with the facilitator to meet
Okay.
for this week.
Thanks for
Yeah.
jumping on that.
Yeah.
And I just at CML, ran into somebody and, I'm wondering if we can have a refresher on Bob's rules, just like how we manage rules, and maybe it's just be optional for some of the trustees, but I think we can get that through CML for. Right, thank you.
All right, Housing and Human Services Commission, this is actually from last meeting. The radon test kits are gonna, Boulder County is gonna give the library a bunch of Home Depot gift cards to buy radon test kits that people can come check out and use and. And they're also gonna donate a bunch of carbon monoxide alarms to give away. I don't know what the criteria will be or anything like that. The county is giving us stuff because we're asked. So
Just have to ask. Yeah.
it's a beautiful thing. A couple of insurance events are being put on at the library, 15th, just soon. Information on programs and eligibility for different insurance programs. And then there's an enrollment event coming in November. So this first one is just information of who's eligible for what. And then enrollment in November. And I just want to say the Parks and Rec Commission meeting, the last one was awesome. Several of us were there. I thought Chair Jackson showed amazing leadership and the way everybody connected and talked about everything and really sort of got a chance to hear the air and feel, I think, good about what's happening moving forward. So I just wanted to give him a shout out, not that he's here to hear that, but I thought it was really an awesome meeting and I was happy to be part of it. And I've asked them if they're okay with me joining as an audience member in future meetings, and they are absolutely all on board. So I will probably be attending those visits right after as finance basis. It was very convenient. And the regional group on homelessness is supposed to meet on Wednesday. I haven't gotten the agenda yet, so I'm gonna give them a tomorrow and see what's going on. But I'll be home waiting for that meeting as soon as that. And that's it.
Okay,
So sorry, I totally forgot since I went first, but I had just one housekeeping piece. I am not available for the next consortium of cities meeting, which is August 12th. So I just wanted to float that in case anybody wanted to go. I think, I haven't gotten their agenda or anything yet, but just to put that on somebody's radar. It's 6 PM to 7:30 PM. So just in Boulder. Proper courthouse or,
Yeah,
Cornwall, yeah. It's a pretty fun one, the food is awesome.
Yeah, it's a pretty good meeting. It's a good meeting, yeah.
Yeah, and then it's always on the Wednesday, so there might even be band on the breaks after. That's what I would ask on that.
I'd be a maybe a yes. See. Some conflict.
But we can follow up on it since there's time. I just wanted to have people thinking about it now. And then my other one is kind of a fun bonus thing. In November, I will be going home for like 2.5 weeks, which is not the point of interest, but home is Tennessee for me, and the National League of Cities is meeting in Nashville this year at the same time that I'm home. And I would really love to be our representative if that's at all of interest. You don't have to pay for lodging or transportation because I'm already there and I already have friends there that I can stay with. So just wanted to, if that was of interest for more networking for Lions, that was recommended to me by a council member from Commerce City who I met at CML, and so be cool if you want that.
Stars align.
It felt really serendipitous, so I feel like we should take advantage of that. I would also be doing that.
Any objection to that? And so, I think Mayor Rogan has been to that
She has.
occasionally.
It's an expensive registration, but if depending on if you go all the days or some days.
I would not be able to go all the days because I'm going for a meeting or a wedding. Yep, so I would really only be able to go for like one day, so just like a one
Yeah,
day.
if we, sure, we can
House
look
or
at it.
something, we could just look into it.
It's probably advertised.
That's what I was thinking.
Let's take a look.
So I figured I'd mention it now since early bird registrations and all that jazz, so you should.
Okay. Yep.
Summary of action items.
Okay, number one, I've got, we're to confirm the EDC meeting, so Leaf and LCF can attend and present. Bring a resolution to the next meeting ratifying the board's decision to waive the Leaf and LCF fees. Item 2, ordinance 1221 passed on second reading. Item 4, there was a request to increase the parks patrol at the October hole. Next, send the VOT updates on conversations with the county on Carter Court and Seward projects. Next, UEB is to resend reports and studies on time of use to the current board.
They're online.
Now,
He
those
said-
aren't studies, those are just.
He said he's got a
presentations.
Gonna send more.
Next, staff is to send the full Stan Tech report to the board, especially Mayor Pro Tem would like to see that.
Well, I just want the industrial hygiene reports that you have to buy.
Next, I have, direction is to move forward with the Stan Tech recommendation of sealing and air purifiers at Town Hall and then retest to see if they're effective. Next step was directed to add a disclaimer to agenda request forms. And then we are to send to board members after they've been vetted by staff and other boards. Next, the mayor would like to see the Apple Valley water line study completed this year. Next, Board of Trustee retreat dates are to be pulled on by the board and with the potential to review Bob's rules by CML. And then last, I have staff is to research the National League of Cities schedule and costs for trustee member to attend.
The only other thing I have is potential for doing some best and worst case scenarios for funding for capital.
Yep, and I sent in the revised ordinance already, so I think that covers everything.
Oh, did you, and you said the resolution regarding Sundance.
Yeah, yep, we already said that one. Dolores said it.
You probably worded it different than it written, so it's.
You are.
Adjourn. There's a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Yeah.